Well, I guess I'm not convinced that the Democrats will easily win if they simply say we're not going to support a genocide.
Why not?
Because
I'm looking at the poll now.
Because
It was
Donald Trump
29%.
Donald Trump won it perfectly well without making any such concession.
Au contraire, he said he supported a ceasefire. This is my point about how the right is willing.
What? What? He said literally like almost word for word. I'm just gonna let Israel do whatever the wants to do. He literally ran on that.
The consequence of this has been that not only does the genocide continue, avenues towards mitigating the worst effects of it are closed off, and we've also handed Donald Trump access to a nuclear arsenal so that he can go on social media and issue apocalyptic genocidal threats that a whole civilization will die tonight. Like, I don't understand how this improves the situation. It seems to me that it makes it even worse.
Okay, let's break that down. It is not intended to improve the situation because I, as a voter, don't have the power to improve the situation. How do you identify politically?
I identify as like a left liberal at this stage, is how I would describe myself. I would say that I'm aligned with like the left wing of the Democratic Party, like AOC kind of politics.
Well, AOC, at least at one point in her life, self-described as a socialist or a democratic socialist, at least, did she not?
Yes, that's right.
Would you define yourself that way as well?
No. No.
I think I would at one time also have. I think now I would say I'm probably more of a social democrat.
Yes.
But for me, my attitude towards politics is very it's very non-philosophical in a way, because I feel that I react to the situation that I'm in.
Yes.
So I think that, am I a social democrat in the sense that I think capitalism is like this amazing system? Like, no, not really. I just think that social democracy is like the most plausible path to improving what we have.
Yes.
If I like found myself in, I don't know, a Stalinist country, I probably would not be advocating capitalist revolution. I would be advocating like, well, I don't know, some kind of like Dengist reforms or something.
So, I mean, from my perspective, as someone who's obviously been a witness to some of the backlash and at least your career over the last, 5 or 6 years when I've been more plugged into the online left, it does feel sometimes like some of the pushback you get is because there's a gap in your perceived sort of identification or self-identification, at least at one point, in some of the political stances that you take maybe in a post-2020 world. Mm-hmm. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah, I do think that there is like a definite proportion of the backlash that I receive that's based on a kind of misreading of me as being sort of having always been more radical than I really was. I mean, I think that part of it is like the aesthetic of because I started out doing, I'm like this like transgender YouTuber who is making videos about how fascism is bad. This is very like communist coded behavior, at least in like internet culture, right? Like if you're a trans person on the internet, you're complaining about Nazis all day, you're probably a communist, right? And that's true. You are probably a communist if you fit that description. I mean, I think that I kind of did have a more. So I mean, I used to be quite centrist in that, like in 2016, I think I was like a Hillary Clinton supporter in the 2016 primary, for the reason that I thought that she was more viable than Bernie Sanders. Then she lost. And I think that did prompt me to rethink a little bit what was possible, combined with the fact that Donald Trump at the time seemed like this kind of crackpot candidate who, how could a serious country elect a person like this?
Indeed.
Well, joke's on me.
A great question.
I think that did make me open-minded to like, well, like maybe like it is time to consider it. Because I had, I had campaigned for Obama in 2012. And so my experience was like talking to these like median voters in like Ashburn, Virginia or whatever, and like the amount of effort needed to convince them that actually giving people access to healthcare, even if they have a pre-existing condition, did not amount to a totalitarian Islamic socialist takeover of the government. Like it made me think like, okay, everyone just hates the word socialism so much, like why bother? But then I don't know. I guess I questioned if maybe that was so I think I was experimenting a bit more in that era, and also I did get audience captured somewhat, I think, because I had a much more leftist audience, but I think we've clashed over that, over my like, I suppose, like more pragmatic moderate stances on things.
I wanna come back to this issue of pragmatism, but I want to say that on some level I empathize with having the notion, especially coming, as someone who's, part of a marginalized group whose interests don't necessarily drive politics and sometimes drive people away from my politics, right?
Yeah.
That I remember in 2007 being asked by like an adult, coming straight out of college, asked by an adult, who I supported in the primary, not really knowing anything about Barack Obama and kind of having the knee-jerk reaction that I should say Clinton because I would be perceived as doing wish casting if I said Obama, or it was expected because I'm Black that I would say Obama, and that it was so unlikely that I seemed like the pragmatic person to say Hillary Clinton. And then I had a similar experience over the course, of the primary when Hillary Clinton revealed herself in various ways and frankly actively talked me out of her support. And then by the time 2016
I don't even know what the
around,
fuck that
I
means.
just want to validate that, many Black voters did not think that Barack Obama could win and did not
I remember
behind
yeah.
him until after he had won Iowa and demonstrated his viability with white voters, right? So like, I think there's something very relatable about your approach. I think the question people have is, once this lesson was learned in 2016, that who we were told was electable wasn't who was actually electable. And that there was this appetite in the country for somebody that was more radical, that was more anti-establishment in the form of Donald Trump. And that there was this phenomenon of the Bernie to Trump voter where those same Trump voters would have been interested in someone like Bernie Sanders, who didn't just, talk about healthcare the way that Obama did, but did so in a much more radical way, in a way that was thought to be somehow alienating to the public, but which was in fact populist. If that lesson was learned in 2016, I guess the question people have is what caused you to sort of move back to this idea that a more centrist pragmatism or incrementalism was going to be a more electable and politically viable route?
Well, I think part of it is, so in 2020, I supported Bernie Sanders in the primary.
Yeah, I remember. We talked about it on the show, I think.
Oh, maybe we did. Okay, so it hasn't been.
Same.
Okay, but yeah, Biden won fairly decisively, both in the primary and the general election, which seemed like a kind of step back from.
Oh, that's going to trigger her.
To me. So
that is going to trigger the fuck out of her.
I think that kind of pushed me in a more moderate direction, also as a result of, I think, clashing with people who were abstainers. I felt that, like, because I've always seen Donald Trump as like very menacing, like as like a nightmarish presence in American politics, who I am like willing to resist by any means necessary, essentially. And so I think that I got frustrated with the opposition to voting for Biden. And then in 2024, I think my frustration increased. And I feel like now, I see the second Trump administration as being like even worse than the first, which I thought it would be.
Yes.
So I feel like fairly disillusioned with any kind of like larger ideological project.
Yes.
I guess we could probably spend all day litigating like why exactly Kamala Harris lost in 2024 by the margins that she did.
Oh dear.
But the way I diagnose it
Oh dear.
is largely that like voters moved to the right.
Yes.
So this has me feeling probably the way that liberals felt, around in like 1991 or whatever, when you had like almost 12 years of like Reaganism at that point, and it's just like, well, my sense of I mean, so there's a reason why I'm not like a Democratic Party press person, right? Because my messaging is not inspiring at all. Like I'm aware of this, and like to be clear, no politician should say the things that I'm saying because they're not inspiring. They're depressing.
I swear to God, we're twins. I think we're twins. I think we established that I'm 6 years older than her, but I can still explain it somehow. There's got to be a way to explain it, but I have very similar thinking here. What did she just say?
At all. Like I'm aware of this, and like the reason why I'm not like a Democratic.
Yeah, I should not ever work on a political campaign. Like you should never ever hire me to do any kind of campaign work for politicians, because my whole thing these days is like, you need to scale your expectations fucking down a bit, okay? You're dreaming too hard. It's better to not want things. I don't know if I have like a bleak view of things in the way that she's describing here. I still would say I'm like optimistic on balance, but I'm very uninspiring in my politics. I'm very, I think, direct and very like almost sociopathically pragmatic about things. That's just where I landed over my years of development and political understanding.
Party press person, right? Because my messaging is not inspiring at all. Like I'm aware of this, and like to be clear, no politician should say the things that I'm saying because they're not inspiring.
Right.
They're depressing. But that's why I'm not a politician, right? Because I don't have an inspiring message, and you need like I feel like the politicians that I've seen in my life who have the best messaging are people like Barack Obama and like Zoran Mamdani, who both have this kind of like radiant energy of hope. That is, you know, almost more than any specific policy idea. It's the kind of vibes that they have. I do not possess this quality at all.
Okay. But that phrase, like almost more than any specific policy idea, I think that's where the rub comes in, and where I see the frustration that some of the left articulates toward you, not just you, but anybody who takes a more, who believes authentically that a more moderate position is the more electable, sort of smarter, politically advantageous one. Because many of us look at Zoran Mamdani and even Barack Obama in 2008, and I would also say Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020, and say that he was able to, these people were all able to snatch movements out of nowhere, right? Obama was not the likely choice. Senator Sanders didn't even seem to even believe his own campaign was going to have legs when he launched in like the middle of the grass with like 3 cameras around in 2016. And obviously Zoran Mamdani was polling in single digits in a long shot, at least when I interviewed him last February. But I would argue that what propelled all of those individuals into the limelight was not their moderation, but that they stood out among a crowd of moderates who were unwilling to make true criticisms about their own party and the other side, and the ways in which they are often aligned along because of their shared corporate donors, and maintaining substantially the status quo. And so that, to me, is what so many of us learned from 2016, and what Bernie's greatest sort of gift and contribution to the political space was. That calling out corporate elites, calling out the Epstein class, calling out super PAC donors, calling out the military-industrial complex is not something that will get you marginalized and sidelined, but in fact will earn the trust of the public at large. What do you say to that argument? That in fact, the people that you were sort of characterizing as successful because of their, the person, I don't want to mischaracterize, you put words in your mouth, but charisma, personality, intangibles. In
Riz.
fact, are popular
The
because it
kids
is
say Riz now.
policy driven.
Well, it's definitely a combination. Like, I don't think you can have any policy and win based on vibes. And I agree with what you're saying about like populism is very in at the moment, right? And I do think that type of messaging could succeed. I mean, I see like the place to litigate this will be in the primary.
Yes.
Like,
Well, we didn't get to have one, regrettably,
no,
in
not in
2024.
2024.
I don't know why they take this tone when they talk about that, and it just like drives me insane. You know, like you think you're cute making this point. It's like, okay, we all understand what happened. First of all, we did have a primary, right? Like we did, like Joe Biden, we had a primary. RFK Jr. challenged him. Marianne Williamson challenged him. Cenk challenged him. Dean Phillips challenged him. Biden dominated. That's what it was.
And
And
I do think it's
go ahead.
reprehensible that Biden did not drop out sooner. Um,
And there are people who I have to say would argue that. I know I've heard you and Joshua Citarella recently seem to agree that 2020 was a fair race and that the rigging that happened in 2016 of the Bernie campaign was overstated.
Yes.
But
That's my
it's
position,
worth
yeah.
noting. Yeah, it's worth noting that people feel very differently. And even centrists like Jake Tapper and his
Did you know that
Thompson
people feel
readily
differently? Oh, no, I didn't know that.
that
That's crazy.
2016 was rigged, that there was a call that went out that had all the candidates drop out after Biden had failed
That's
to win
2020, I mean, I think.
four contests and circle the wagons around South Carolina. That, of course,
Not
there was,
rigging.
$70 million of free media that Biden
Not
got
what rigging means.
after winning
None of that
South
means
Carolina.
what you think it
And they
means.
then changed the order of the primary contest so that a pro-Biden state could go early enough so that they wouldn't have to do quite the same level of machination. But that, again, you had a mass dropping out and coalescing behind a candidate
Who cares?
in order to make it seem as though there's an inevitability there with
Who
Joe
fucking
Biden
cares?
that there simply wasn't. Sorry, I'm
He was inevitable at that point.
at the same time with 2016.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was a 2020 story. And in 2016, it was a much more acute. And the Democratic Party, of course, the DNC admitted that they were entitled to and did, in fact, put their finger on the scale in favor of Hillary.
I don't know if that's what they said in court. I don't know if they said in court that they put the finger on the scale for Hillary. They did say in court that as a political party, they can, I can't remember exactly what they said, but people like Briahna took that to be like a smoking gun. Like, see, they fucking admitted it, but that's like not what they said in court. But, yeah.
Clinton. So it does beg the question by some accounts, and I don't expect you to, agree with this, but I do have to just put out there by some.
This is why having a conversation with Briahna Joy Gray is not unlike a conversation with Taylor Lorenz. Like, she just said a lot of stuff there. She just kind of spitfired a lot of stuff right there. And it's so worth unpacking, like 5 different claims she made. It's gish galloping, right? Is that what this is? It's just gish galloping, right? When you just throw like 7 points out and it's meant to like overwhelm your debate partner. Like this, she's in debate mode, and I feel like Contrapoints is in conversation mode. Does that make sense? The Contrapoints is like being attentive, obviously listening, being thoughtful. She's not using like debate bro tactics. But Briahna Joy Gray is like in a mode here. I think Natalie is too nice for this kind of political space. She's way too nice for this.
Accounts, we haven't had a real primary since 2008.
I think rigging
well,
is too strong a word for what you're describing. I think that,
Yes.
Yes, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton like some advantage was given to them by having this built-up institutional support within the party. But I also
And
think
the
that,
media.
but what you like in 2020, when you say that, like, okay, there's this sort of conspiracy of candidates to all drop out, except for
Not really a
Biden,
conspiracy.
giving him this advantage that he wouldn't otherwise have had against Bernie Sanders. Like, yes, but I feel like that also contains like a tacit admission that the only way for Bernie Sanders to have won would be to
Split field.
the center left
Yes.
vote.
Yes.
Oh, I agree. So
Yes. If your whole thing is like, well, my favorite candidate couldn't, he dominated in a split field, but lost when the field was no longer split. Therefore, it's unfair that the field was no longer split. It's like, what the fuck is this logic? Your goal, your job is to win a certain amount of delegates if you want to be the nominee. And you're going to have to build a big enough coalition to do that once the field consolidates, which will happen in every race. Abaden, I don't know how to say that name, but thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate that.
I think that is true, and that is also how Donald Trump won, right? Donald Trump, the Republicans did not do that same thing in 2016, and he was able to win. He has never had a supermajority.
I don't know what delegate math she's doing, but Donald Trump dominated so fucking firmly in 2016 that there wasn't the same opportunity for like the moderates to, you know, drop out and coalesce in the context of like the 2016 Republican primaries. Like he was dominating that field. Original heirloom with $5. So if the Cali governor candidates drop out and coalesce around the strongest candidate, that's rigging. This argument doesn't work well. Yes, that's what they're saying. Amy and Pete dropping out and endorsing Biden before Super Tuesday in 2020, to them, that's rigging. And it's so fucking stupid. The stupidest shit. They rat fucked him, you know, like the whole premise is so dumb. Like obviously Amy Klobuchar is more moderate than Bernie and more ideologically aligned with Biden. Same with Pete. Pete's a little bit more progressive, I would say, probably than Klobuchar, but obviously those two candidates had a preference for Biden. But according to the Bernie people, they think that Amy and Pete should have stayed in the race to hand it to Bernie, even though they had a different view of like how the primary should play out. Who thinks like this? This is like such baby-brained, childish thinking. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Of the majority of a primary vote in that exact same way. So I think if we were having a different kind of conversation, I absolutely put it on Bernie Sanders and the campaign to have anticipated this outcome and to have done the work that needed to be done.
Okay.
And even if the Democratic centrists maneuvered the way that they did and were expected to maneuver, he would still able to win. Still be able to win.
That's the job. Yes, that's the job. Wait, why are you not willing to have that conversation? I don't understand.
And that's on him. That's, you know, at the end of the day, that was the responsibility of the campaign.
Okay. Effort to win in South Carolina and so on.
Well, I don't think that Bernie had to win South Carolina to win. I think that in some levels, the uphill battle, the frustration is that, you know, Biden loses the first, 4 contests dramatically, right? It's like 4th or 5th place in New Hampshire or whatever it was. And a world where the media was fair would have covered Bernie's win in Nevada as a huge proof of electability, given that he won 70% of the Latino vote. And he would have gotten that huge media boost in the polls after that win and all of the other wins.
I watched a lot of news in 2020 and CNN, MSNBC. Bernie was getting a lot of, from my recollection. What do you guys remember? I remember the media talking about him like he is dominating. That's what I recall. Am I crazy about that? Yeah, like Chris Matthews freaking the fuck out because Bernie was dominating so much in the split field. I feel like the media did cover him as like a fucking juggernaut in that primary.
In those early contests. But you can imagine that even if others didn't drop out, if the media continues to ring the alarm bells that Bernie isn't electable because of socialism and Biden is because of black people, that he might still even be able to carry the day the same way in 2016, those same arguments were made about Hillary Clinton, which were fundamentally untrue.
It's so jarring how similar they are to MAGA. Fake news. Lying media, I call it lying CNN, fake news. Like the demonize it, like you know, it's the media's fault. They rigged it. Like they're so similar.
True, right? As you just explained.
But I guess I wonder, like, how, I question, like, just how, I mean, I'm sure it has some effect, but how much does the media sort of framing a candidate as unelectable affect the actual voting choices of primary voters?
Well, Natalie, you said that you thought that Hillary Clinton was more electable than Bernie in 2016, right? And you're a very informed and savvy person, and yet every single poll from that election cycle showed that Bernie averaged 10 points up on Hillary Clinton, on Donald Trump, while Hillary...
No, that is not true. 10 points? No. I do think it's true that Bernie had more of a... he did poll higher than Hillary in head-to-head polls against Trump. Not 10 points. I don't know where she got 10 points.
Hillary Clinton never got out of the margin of error over Donald Trump. And in some ways, her loss to him was perfectly anticipated by the polls.
But not by the primary votes.
Right. But I mean, this is the thing. This is what's so interesting about that black voter example we gave in the beginning about how black voters didn't get behind Barack Obama until they believed he was electable, which means, you know, that white people would vote for him, which is why the Iowa contest was so important for Obama. Right. And similarly, a lot of voters, what their primary concern is beating Republicans. You know, Democratic leaning voters want to beat Republicans. And so they'll vote for whoever they're told, whoever they believe is the most electable candidate.
This is the other thing that they do too. It's like, it's so condescending. They accuse liberals of being smug elites, but then they do this thing where it's like basically all the voters are just like brain dead automatons that have no agency. They're like Manchurian candidate style, you know, I guess like, you know, Bill Clinton says a code word when he's giving a speech at the DNC and it all like, you know, tens of millions of primary voters. It's like, yes, we will vote for Hillary. So that's like way more smug and elitist than you hear from, you know, the typical kind of smug libs.
Which is why, you know, when centrists sometimes make this argument, well, Bernie didn't win, or, you know, people just didn't like him. When the media's role in arguing aggressively that he couldn't win, and you have, you know, CNN hosts saying that there's going to be beheadings in Central Park because of the coming socialist raids.
That was a little odd.
Well, of course,
you got to give her that.
Public possibly believe they were never once told about how every single poll showed that Bernie was the most electable candidate.
So I guess my concern with this is just that, like, to put so much blame on the media. I mean, like, sure, like you can always blame the media. Like I blame the media for a lot of things. I blame the media for a lot of Donald Trump's success because they kind of have inadvertently, you know, but it's like the media is what it is. And like, I think that this needs to be, I guess I feel like there's a kind of like defeatism contained in this kind of idea of it all being rigged, where it's like a progressive candidate to win in the Democratic Party. I think it is possible, right? But I feel that it is this kind of, I see it as, defeatist to suggest that it's all hopelessly rigged.
Yes.
Well, I don't think it's defeatist. I don't think it's hope.
What do you mean? How is it not defeatist? What's the, you know, like you're saying that the media controls everything. The party controls everything. As soon as a progressive candidate gets close to winning, the media and the big money interests and the establishment are just going to, you know, activate the Manchurian candidate and like brainwash millions of primary voters to choose the establishment candidate. How is that not like, why would I ever get excited about like progressive politics if I really believe that? If I really believe that was the case, then that's like wildly doomer, right?
Hopelessly. Well, what is the it? What is the it exactly? And what do we mean by progressive candidate?
The primary, let's say. Okay.
So if you were to ask me, I would say that my attitude is the opposite of defeatist.
Interesting.
But it is, I think I'm being pragmatic. I worked for Bernie, obviously, in 2020. I believed enough in the possibility of winning as a progressive within the Democratic Party to, you know, take a pretty significant pay cut and go be a national press secretary and give my life to this. But then I learned the lesson from that, which is that my fundamental belief is that if you are genuinely progressive, meaning that you take a aggressive stance against the interest groups that are at the root of making life bad for working class Americans, meaning the banking industry,
APAC.
The energy sector.
Say it, APAC. Say it.
Calling out corporate PACs.
Say it.
Foreign influence PACs like
there it is.
There and all of the rest. The health insurance lobby, obviously. Because you advance populist policies that are counter to those interests, right? Like universal health care, ending wars, the Green New Deal, et cetera. That because those interests are so embedded in the Democratic Party as a corporate party, they will stop at nothing to stop you. I think that is very difficult to argue with. Is it possible that one might be successful despite those efforts? I think it's possible. But I think that is frankly so unlikely that we have to, as the left, heighten the contradictions, make that really clear to the voting public, and encourage.
She means accelerationism. I mean, she's not saying that word, but that's what she's saying here. She's like, well, it's not hopeless. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not hopeless. But, you know, the Jews and the corporations and the establishment, they're just going to rig every election. So because of that, we have to help the country get so bad that they'll come running to us. You know, like that's basically heighten the contradictions. You know, that she's talking about accelerationism, just like help Donald Trump win and just take advantage of the chaos, you know.
Urge the public to focus their energy on other strategies to affect change.
Okay, I think this is where this is where the real disagreement begins.
Sure, let's get into it.
The real disagreement. Bad Company with $5. Are you a bit underwhelmed by Contrapoints' performance here? I don't know much about her, but judging by her Twitter, I thought she was much more of a killer. Contrapoints is definitely not a killer. So to be clear, I liked her performance in this conversation. I think Contrapoints is just like a nice person. Like I think she's just like a genuinely nice person. But I think she held her own just fine in this conversation. I thought, you know, I think if like normies watch this conversation, like I don't know, maybe who came off better. I don't think Contra went into this conversation with the goal of like being a debate bro. Like I don't think that that's what this was for her.
Because I think that, I guess what I sort of don't understand.
Yeah, I take your point. I guess normies aren't going to be watching this. That's true.
But your position is I don't understand what is like the theory of change here, and on like what time frame do you imagine this happening? Because I guess the way I see it is that the consequences of Donald Trump winning have been so dire that it's like very difficult for me to take seriously the suggestion that like, well, it's a correct, you know, it's the idea that we should have diverted all energy away from Kamala Harris to focus on some kind of more revolutionary long-term change. It's like, well, isn't there some way that we can, like, I don't know, both elect a plausible center-left candidate and also have a longer-term, more progressive strategy, considering like stuff like, you know, allowing Elon Musk to come in and destroy USAID, and which is probably killing hundreds of thousands of people, and like the Supreme Court that's overturned Roe v. Wade and is gutting voting rights, and all these like fairly difficult to reverse, like catastrophic consequences.
It's so frustrating listening to this conversation because it really does feel like Contrapoints is trying to talk to a child, like trying to get a child to understand. Listen, I know you really like that fork, and I know that the outlet in the wall looks like fun, but if you stick the fork in the wall, it is going to shock you and it's going to hurt you. And then the baby is just coming back, or like the 5-year-old is just like, but it looks like so much fun. I want to do that. Why can't I do that? I think it'll be fine. Okay, I understand that, but you know, and then you have to like explain electricity. You have to explain the frailty of the human body, the fragility of the human body, and like that's what this feels like. It's just like, well, you see, Briahna, you know, letting Donald Trump win led to a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court, hundreds of thousands dead every year because of USAID cuts, more entrenched institutional power both at the federal and state level, you know, really just horrible outcomes for marginalized groups that live in red state. And then you got to go to, and then, you know, Briahna Joy Gray just hears all that and it's like, okay, counterpoint. It's just like, and it just doesn't enter her mind. Like for some reason, the Briahna Joy Gray mind, like the online lefty mind, like they just don't process. They don't really like process the actual consequences of what we're talking about here.
Like that is like a fairly massive short and medium term sacrifice for a potential maybe long term benefit.
Well,
and
yeah, go ahead.
Maybe, yeah, maybe I guess I would maybe need to hear you explain what you think is the theory of long-term change here that comes from voting third party, for example.
Well, I would say two things. One, that I and third party voters did not cause Trump to win the first time or the second time, right? There were more Trump voters, as you know. Okay.
You helped. That's the point. You helped. Yes, you did partly cause it. Yes, you did. You're not the cause, but you helped. That's what you did. You chose to do that. Is she gonna do the thing where you want credit for Kamala's loss, but not Trump's win? Is that
Two,
or Hillary's loss and not Trump's win?
I'm not. While I might believe, frankly, somewhat pessimistically, that but for things getting worse and having a sort of an accelerationist bent, people are not going to wake up and make things better. I am not, in fact, an accelerationist because I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I wouldn't actively try to make things worse. And it wasn't
You do.
me arguing. That,
Yes, you do. You're just not honest about it. Yes, you do. Why are you lying about it? Yes, you do. You are an accelerationist. 100%. Just own it. Jesus.
Donald Trump should win over Kamala Harris. My argument was that Kamala Harris is absolutely going to lose if she declines to move on Gaza. And we were right about that, right?
Do you think that Gaza is the issue that cost her the election?
Oh, dear.
I think it's been pretty proven out by the data. So what we have is a number of studies, including a study by IMEU, that polls Biden 2020 voters as to why
I think that's the only study
right? Like,
on that front.
what makes up that deficit that made him win and her lose. And the number one issue is Gaza. The number one issue now, so it's not the majority, it's not above 50% of people, right? But of all of the issues listed at 27% or whatever it was, 29%, it was close to 30%, was Gaza. So there were a lot of different things, right? The short primary, Biden's senility, the sense that they were, dishonest and hiding that from us as a public, the lack of a primary, all of these things. But when you saw how many voters, particularly in swing states like Michigan, were openly saying, we will vote for you. The uncommitted movement, remember, wasn't a we're not going to vote for you movement. It was a we're holding our votes hostage in exchange for this policy concession, which frankly would make you more.
You get what you pay for,
because nobody supported at that stage. Very few people. The polls were already overwhelmingly in favor of ending support for Netanyahu's government. And the choice was made by the Democratic Party, not people like me, to choose an alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's genocide over winning an election. And Donald Trump, who also obviously is a...
I told you I was going to hit you. You talked back to me. I told you I was going to hit you. You didn't listen.
Genocidal candidate, at least had the sort of political savvy to try to blur the lines and lie to the public about being a quote unquote anti-war public. And if you ask a lot of voters, they'll say, I know that Trump was lying to me. I know he wasn't anti-war, but at least it wasn't as in my face as someone like Kamala Harris saying we're going to have the most lethal army and we're not going to break from Benjamin Netanyahu and I'm not going to break from Biden and his policy.
So I guess I think that I sort of don't really see it as a very strong message that has been sent to the Democrats that they lost this election, considering that Donald Trump won, a candidate who is more unconditionally fanatical in his allegiance to Israel.
Yes.
Right. And who is even more who has gone further than the Democrats, who has banned all funding for, UN aid and relief to Palestinian refugees, and who was threatening to deport people.
Well, Biden did that.
Biden did what?
Biden cut UNRWA funding. That happened under Biden. And
they temporarily paused UNRWA funding because Israel... Now, the reporting shows Israel had proof that there were UNRWA, which is what's UNRWA? It's United Nations. I don't know what it is. A humanitarian organization or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but Israel claimed that it had proof that there were many UNRWA employees that either participated in October 7th or it helped in some kind of way. And they showed the evidence behind the scenes. It was compelling enough for the Biden administration to temporarily pause funding for UNRWA, but it wasn't a permanent thing. So what she's saying is very, very dishonest here.
Spring of 2024, right? Israel claimed that there were 4 Hamas terrorists in UNRWA. And as a consequence, all UNRWA funding was cut. And that's
centrist libs can't stomach the fact that voters actually want leaders who stand up for something other than the shitty status quo. The voters, my good sir, are the ones who decide who their nominees will be, who their candidates will be. They decide. Everyone that's sitting in Congress right now, every one of them won a primary or went uncontested in a primary. So if the voters want a different candidate to represent them, then they will do that in the primaries. That's what the primaries are for. Straight up, if you think everything that's happening right now is like, if you just want to throw it on into all one basket of, you know, the status quo, then the voters wanted the status quo. That's how this works.
Humanitarian crisis really amplified, as opposed to, you know, the starvation, the what do you call it, collective punishment really amplified, right? So I take your point.
That's a factual question.
She is like, I mean, I don't even know where to begin with this. It is just a straight up fact that the only reason humanitarian aid went into Gaza to begin with in the post-October 7th offensive from Israel and Gaza was the Biden administration. They were the only reason. The Israeli government had no intention of allowing any aid into the country. And the Biden administration was like, they used whatever influence they had to make sure that that happened. Read Bob Woodward's book called War. Not even that long. And they interviewed several members. He interviewed several members of the Biden State Department. And there was also reporting at the time to show this, but that is what happened. And so she's also saying like, well, you know, Biden did the same thing. But the 11-week blockade that occurred in March of last year was unprecedented in the post-October 7th like time period. That had not happened. It never got that bad on Biden's watch, where Netanyahu and the Israeli government just like didn't allow any trucks into Gaza for 11 weeks. They waited for Donald Trump to be sworn in before they did that because they knew he wasn't going to do fucking jack shit except for post AI videos of like Gaza reimagined as a fucking Trump resort or something like that. It got so much worse when Donald Trump was president. So much worse. Like everybody understands, every honest person understands this. And so like, she's just being dishonest. I mean, she knows this. She knows that there was never an 11-week blockade of aid going into Gaza on Biden's watch. She knows this.
I'll have to look.
I'm pretty confident about that because I was.
Well, I mean, you're fucking full of shit. I don't know what to tell you. She's such a liar. She's so fucking dishonest.
Was more unconditionally fanatical in his allegiance to Israel, right? And who is even more like, who has like gone further than the Democrats, who has like banned all funding for, you know, UN aid and relief to Palestinian refugees, and who was like threatening to deport people.
Well, Biden
protesting.
did that.
No, he did not.
Biden cut UNRWA funding. That happened under Biden in like spring of 2024.
Do you see what she just did? Natalie said Trump banned all UN aid funding that helped people in Gaza. And then Briahna Joy Gray goes, well, Biden did that. He ended UNRWA funding. That's just one organization, bro. That's one organization. And again, she's lying that they paused UNRWA funding. They didn't end it entirely. And again, I mean, if it is true that there were UNRWA employees and, you know, the Israelis like showed the State Department evidence, they didn't release that to the public. But if that is true, like, I don't know, that seems kind of valid, right? Like, why would we give funding to an organization that might be indirectly funding like more terrorist attacks against Israel? That's like obviously a problem,
right? Israel claimed that there were 4 Hamas terrorists in UNRWA, and as a consequence, all UNRWA funding was cut.
I think it was more than 4,
and that's when the humanitarian crisis really amplified, as opposed to, you know, the starvation, the what do you call it, collective punishment really amplified, right? So I take your point.
That's a factual question.
Initial Israeli claim. Israel alleged that 12 UNRWA employees were involved in October 7 attack. This was the figure that triggered the funding pause. Expanded Israeli claims. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said at least 12 UNRWA employees were directly involved in the October 7 atrocities. Another 30 assisted or facilitated those crimes. And as much as 12% of the organization staff are affiliated with terror organizations. The Biden administration, it didn't generate its own independent number. It echoed Israel's initial allegations. The State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said the U.S. Is extremely troubled by the allegations that 12 UNRWA employees may have been involved in October 7 Hamas terror attack. what the UN investigation concluded, the UN's Office of Internal Oversight Services investigated 19 staffers Israel had named. In 9 cases, evidence indicated UNRWA staff members may have been involved in the October 7 attack, and those 9 were fired. The other cases were closed for insufficient or no evidence. The OIOS noted it was not able to independently authenticate information used by Israel to support the allegations. The broader 1,400 figure was never substantiated to UN's satisfaction. So no surprise, but Briahna Joy Gray is just fucking lying here. So
Question. I'll have to look. I'll have to look at it.
I'm pretty confident about that because
Yeah.
I was having to report on this on a daily basis.
Nope, you're wrong.
On Rising before, to be clear, I was fired because of that exact kind of reporting, right? Reporting on the facts of what was happening.
You got fired for rolling your eyes at the family member of someone who was held in captivity in Gaza. Why would you do that?
And America's lockstep and enabling of Israel's genocide. But the bigger point I would say is this. I can readily concede that there are many ways in which Trump is worse than Biden, obviously, and that Republicans generally are worse than Democrats. I think the question, people in my who share my politics have the feeling that one party being worse than the other is an insufficient reason to vote for the lesser of two evils when there is a...
What the fuck do you think elections are? We're just talking about the essential nature of elections.
enormous latitude for the better party to simply stop being evil. And that the big trick of liberalism is convincing folks that you have to be at least a little bit evil in order to win, even when the opposite is true. Even when supporting Medicare for all makes you more electable, even when supporting Palestinian rights makes you more electable. Democrats are making choices not, in fact, based on electability, but based on what their corporate donor base wants them to do. And if we ever want both parties to stop slipping more and more in that direction, and for there to be any red lines in the sand, even over something as cataclysmic as a genocide, somebody has to say you have to...
They don't apply those red lines to like Trump. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no red lines with Trump. Trump could run on a platform of I'm like, you know, one of the 10 plagues of the fucking of the Bible. Like Trump could run on a platform of like murdering the firstborn child of every person in the country, and that wouldn't be a red line to Briahna Joy Gray. The red lines only apply to Democrats for whatever reason. Like it just doesn't. Nothing about it makes any logical or moral or ethical sense.
Earn my vote at some point in this. So I would turn her question to me back around to you. On what timeline, at what point is there ever going to be a litmus test among liberal Democratic voters that says this is a kind of evil that I will not succumb to, that I will not support with my vote?
I mean, I see the place to litigate that is in a primary.
Yes.
And I understand the frustration of
Yes.
having a primary in 2024. But that is the way this ought to work, and the way I expect it to work in 2028.
Yes.
But I think
Do
that...
you? You think we're going to have a fair primary in 2028?
I think so. I mean, so I guess I'm not as... Again, I think I'm not as impressed as you are by the claim of rigging, which I feel like is a somewhat exaggerated claim for a institutionally...
I respect Contra for doing this because... Sorry, I'm being annoying with the word truism. I learned a new word recently and now I'm saying it all the time. I need a new word besides truism. Somebody give me a thesaurus. It's such a truism in her space. And like somebody described it to me the other day and it made so much sense to me. I was like, yes. There's the tweet that I posted the other day where it's like basically, I'll just read the exact tweet. And then somebody else kind of clarified on it further and described the phenomenon in a way that makes like perfect sense. It's a tweet from an account called Millennial Woes. And the tweet goes, "It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, just thus making the discourse impossible." It is so accurate. Like that is such an accurate take. And somebody else described it to me as like having a conversation, like Natalie having a conversation with Briahna Joy Gray in this moment. It's almost like having a conversation with like a paranoid schizophrenic who's having psychotic delusions. And so the paranoid schizophrenic that you're talking to, maybe they're hallucinating like a person that's following them around and taking pictures. And then they walk up to you and they say, "What's up with this guy following me around and taking pictures of me? can't you see him? Like, do you see him over there? And then I say, I don't see anyone. I don't think anyone's there. And then they say, what is wrong with you? There's a guy obviously right there. Like, that's what these conversations are like. It's like having a conversation with someone who is like psychotic and delusional and hallucinating. And then they treat you like you're psychotic for not seeing their hallucination. That's what it's like. There's like, they have so many truisms that they've adopted over the years. And if you question those even a little bit, they laugh at you. Like Briahna Joy Gray, like laughed, like literally like laughed. Like she says, you know, like does this stupid little rant that she does. And Contra's like, well, you know, that's what the primaries are for. And then Briahna Joy Gray just like laughs, right? Because in her mind, like, oh, the primaries that the Jews and the corporations and the Democratic establishment rig, you mean those primaries? You know, like she like laughs. So it's like, I don't know, props for Natalie for staying composed and not, you know, getting super triggered during this conversation, because it's like really difficult to have a conversation with these people. It's really, really, really difficult to have like a productive conversation with these people. They're so deeply entrenched in the in these truisms that they've adopted.
On what timeline? At what point is there ever going to be a litmus test among liberal Democratic voters that says this is a kind of evil that I will not succumb to, that I will not support with my vote?
I mean, I see the place to litigate that is in a primary, and I understand the frustration with not having a primary in N20.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? You don't see the guy standing behind me taking pictures of me? What is wrong with you? You know, like that's what this is. It's like you are having a conversation with a psychotic person, and they don't have, like, these are two people that do not have a shared sense of reality. Like they live in completely different universes with completely different rules.
Again, I think I'm not as impressed as you are by the claim of rigging, which I feel like is a somewhat exaggerated claim for a institutionally backed candidate having a advantage. I mean, I think that I also feel like there's some tension between. So you're saying that you don't think that third party voters or abstaining progressives are the reason why Kamala Harris lost. So in what sense is then Gaza the issue? Because again, it's like if you look at the map, you know, it looks, and if you look at, you know, how many votes Jill Stein got, less than 1% versus the like significant electoral college and popular vote victory of Donald Trump, it looks to, you know, like it looks like voters shifted to the right, in other words. And so,
why do you
like,
say that?
Well, because
on what?
Because Kamala Harris didn't lose to.
They just objectively did, bro. It's just
third party. She lost to people turning to Donald Trump.
And people staying home. So take the Muslim vote, for example.
Okay.
I think about 50% of Muslim Americans voted Republican and the other half voted Green. Yes. Because of Gaza.
Yes.
Right? So, you know, you can sit here and have a debate about the wisdom of voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, what you pay for. Yeah.
But when I say it's not on the voters, it's because there is enormous latitude for Kamala Harris to simply say, you know what, there's a genocide, you're right. Benjamin Netanyahu is unpopular. His government is unpopular even within Israel.
Shit, this is so, oh my God. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Like Contrapoints said that the general elector, like she finds certain propositions to be dubious because the general electorate seemingly shifted to the right, right? Like Donald Trump swept every swing state. Among voters who stayed home, Donald Trump was more popular with them than with Kamala Harris. And in an effort to refute that point, Briahna Joy Gray talks specifically about a demographic that represents a tiny share of the country, first of all. And I don't even know if her numbers are correct, second of all. It's like non-responsive to Contra's point. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not, you're not refuting, like, she's just such a fucking, I never liked using this term before, but fuck it, I'll use it. Like, she's such a debate pervert. Like, she's not actually interested in having a discussion. She's just like, fuck, how do I counter that? Like, Contrapoints said a thing, like, fuck, how do I counter that? Okay, let me talk about Muslims in Dearborn. We're having a conversation about the whole electorate. Briahna, like, why are you trying to restrict it's such a stupid point to make in response to what Contra just said.
I stand with, I will not support sending weapons and arms to Israel. Ceasefire now. And she could have won, right?
But
So
for that
why
to be,
not?
for that to be true,
Yeah, I don't like. She said 50% voted for Green. Like I heard that number, I was like, oh, that doesn't seem right. Someone in chat saying she got 12% of them. Jill Stein got 12% of the Muslim vote. Did she mean specifically in Dearborn? Like I don't even.
Voted Republican and the other half voted Green.
Turning to Donald Trump.
And people staying home. So take the Muslim vote, for example.
Okay.
I think about 50% of Muslim Americans voted Republican and the other half voted Green.
There's just no way that's true. There's no way that's true. I think she meant in a, like literally like one specific city. I think she said what, like once, I think like in one, maybe in Dearborn this was true, but I don't even know if it got to 50%.
Yes.
Because of Gaza,
yes.
Right? So, you can sit here and have a debate about the wisdom of voting for Donald Trump when he was going to be worse. But when I say it's not on the voters, it's because there is enormous latitude for Kamala Harris to simply say, you know what, there's a genocide, you're right. Benjamin Netanyahu is unpopular. His government is unpopular even within Israel. I stand with, I will not support sending weapons and arms to Israel. Ceasefire now. And she could have won. Right? So why not put the onus?
I will stand with Muslims by helping Donald Trump win the election. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
To be true, doesn't it have to be the case that she lost the election because of protest voters or abstainers, as opposed to what I'm trying
to argue is that one, Jill Stein voters, as you point out, are not the ones, but people who chose to stay home or vote for Trump, absolutely. Okay. I mean, definitionally you lose because some quantity of voters that voted for your team before either stayed home or went to the other side. And my argument is that those voters could easily have been kept in the pen. Now, to be clear, my personal politics are, I don't think they should go back to the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody should go back to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
But if I'm a Democratic strategist, if I'm Kamala Harris, I don't get to argue that I was entitled to those votes that I easily could have gotten by simply changing my position to a more populist one. It's almost akin to saying, if I'm Kamala Harris and I come out on stage and decide to say, I hate everybody who lives west of the Mississippi. If you live west of the Mississippi, I do not want you to vote for me. If you live west of the Mississippi, we're going to bomb you and kill you. And then election day comes and she's like, gosh, man, it's really unfair that I lost the election because I antagonized everybody west of the Mississippi. Like, it was the electable position for her to take, and she declined to take it. So at what point do we hold politicians accountable?
What does that mean?
Choosing to throw an election.
Like, that language is doing a lot of legwork. Like, you held Kamala accountable. Okay, but what does that mean? What is that action? What is the nature of that action? You helped Donald Trump win. Like, who are you holding accountable by doing this?
Rather than to modify America's relationship with a genocidal country.
So I think there's two questions here, right? Like, one is, whose fault is it that she lost? Kind of a descriptive question. And then the other is, should we have advocated that she lose? A more of a normative question. So like the descriptive question, like, I think the blame for why an election turns out the way it does is always going to be widely distributed, right? And like, of course, some fault is on Biden and on Kamala Harris. Like, I do think that, like, I would agree with the criticism that the Biden administration failed to they did not have the agility to respond to the situation in Gaza by breaking from, like, decades of bipartisan consensus that Israel's our closest ally and blah, 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 right? Like, they did not have the agility to read the situation and change. Like, I agree with that.
What do you mean they didn't have the agility?
I mean that they acted in a way that was consistent with how American foreign policy has been for decades, as opposed to recognizing that this situation demanded a kind of break from that.
Well, yes and no, right? Because there are these, I broadly know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be so nitpicky, but there are these moments where American presidents, Reagan famously, have picked up the phone and said, Israel, you have to stop bombing Lebanon.
There was an Israel-Lebanon war that went on for 2 years. Israel bombed some building in southern Lebanon. It ended up being a place that was housing like 200 UN employees and their family members. That was bad. Like 200 like UN like employees and family members died from an Israeli bomb. That pissed off Reagan. He picked up the phone call and said, "What the fuck? Cut it out. Like knock up, like stop the bombing temporarily," which they did for like a few weeks. And then the war continued for another year and a half. So like she's about to say that Reagan ended the war with the phone call. And it's not true. Fucking not true.
This is
Policy has been for decades, as opposed to recognizing that this situation demanded a kind of break from that.
Well, yes and no, right? Because there are these,
Yeah.
I broadly know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be so nitpicky, but there are these moments where American presidents, Reagan famously, have picked up the phone and said, Israel, you have to stop bombing Lebanon. This is a bridge too far. And they stop, right? They understand that their ability to exist is contingent on U.S. aid, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So we
I
do
agree.
have the
I-
power
They
to
did
do that.
not know.
It was a failure of the Biden administration.
This is sneaky. This is sneaky. That's not true. They didn't stop permanently. The war continued for another fucking year plus after that happened. She's just such a fucking lie. She's either like grossly misinformed or she's just a malicious, bad faith, lying piece of shit. You know.
They should have been far more aggressive in conditioning aid. I agree.
Or
I mean, maybe it's fine to concede that point, but like, you know,
violated American
Yeah.
law and not conditioning aid at all to Israel.
But there, I mean, well, okay, I won't get into saying why I think Trump is still worse, which I do think he is. But I think that the second question is still like, should people have, because you're not just saying that it's the Kamala Harris's fault that she lost. You're also saying that you think that she should have lost. You want her to have lost, and you advocate.
That's a separate argument that I was trying to be transparent about my own politics, which I recognize are more radical than most. So I don't really want to, I mean, we can, but it's like a bit of a side quest. It's like me litigating that like I'm anti-circumcision. Nobody really cares. Like it's not really the point of this.
Well, I don't think it's a side quest at all. Like I think like advocating to abstain or to vote third party, that to me is the issue.
yes.
Well, no, because there's a difference between me, who has more of a radical or like has a much more pessimistic belief about the Democratic Party and its ability to be saved, and who frankly thinks we should just get to it and focus the bulk of our efforts towards starting something, growing the Green Party or PSL or whatever third party we as a community want to invest in. And what I think is the more accessible argument that I think liberals need to engage with, which is, do you want the Democratic Party to represent your interests? Do you want it to be a populist in the meaning of a kind of a majoritarian populist party that is therefore more electable because it is advancing popular policy items, right?
You get it? Populism, popular. I don't even. Wait a second. Does she know what the word means? I'm seriously asking myself now. Does she know what the word means? Does she think that it means like just doing popular things? Is it possible that she's pretty well spoken, but is hiding the fact that she's like a genuine moron? Like, is that possible? She went to Harvard. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're just as confused as I am.
That include not supporting endless wars, including not supporting genocide, include supporting Medicare for all, et cetera. And if you as a regular, mostly normie Democrat who supports those things, like 88% of Democrats who support Medicare for all, I think it's absolutely your obligation to say that I'm not going to give you my vote. It makes no sense when 88% of Democrats and almost half of Republicans support Medicare for all, for you to be putting up even a single candidate in a presidential cycle who does not support Medicare for all. But that's exactly what we get every time. And it's an independent like Bernie who'll come along and be the one guy in the room who's willing to advocate for the obviously popular and electable thing. And if we're having an electability conversation fundamentally and a how to beat Trump conversation fundamentally, or JD Vance or Tucker Carlson, whoever it is that comes down the transom, then why wouldn't you enthusiastically be saying, oh my gosh, yes, we have to push these people into the electable position?
I still feel that it's like a bit evasive.
I don't know. It seems like in her mind, like the political part, like the Democratic Party represents like roughly like 27 to 30% of the country. The Republican, it's like similar numbers, like 27 to 30% of the country. And then the rest are declare it as independents or third party or whatever, a smaller amount or like third party or whatever. You know, you can have something that's like tremendously popular within the Democratic Party, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily like easy or straightforward to get that thing passed in a Congress when like 40 to 45% of the country are registered independents that are not necessarily, they don't necessarily have the same views.
That you're trying to, well, so you're arguing that we ought to, the blame for Kamala Harris losing ought to be on Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but you're also
And the Democratic Party, broadly.
and the Democratic Party, but you also do not support that people vote for them. So it's like it seems.
Well, let me be clear. Let me be
You're
clear.
saying it's their fault that they lost, but you also wanted them to lose.
I see the disconnect. My belief that we should be banned the Democratic Party altogether becomes from my observation that pushing them doesn't work. Okay. So I look, if people tried to push them and it worked, then my priors would be invalidated and I'd have to.
What have you observed, Briahna Joy Gray, you fucking idiot, about the consequences of when Republicans win elections? Like, why is that absent your analysis? It's not. She's an accelerationist, and she's just lying about that. Like, she's very obviously an accelerationist, and she's just lying about that because it's pretty indefensible. Like, because then you would have to say, like, yes, I'm okay with, 11 million dead from USAID cuts and women living in, a third of women in this country living in a state that has effectively banned abortion, and, all the like students that have been deported for like writing fucking op-eds critical of Israel. Just, you have to own all that if you're an accelerationist, and she obviously doesn't want to do that, but it's just, she just like lies about that.
Be open to the idea of working within the party again. Right. And I might have an evolution back to the center, hypothetically. But the reason I personally, through my proximity to the Bernie campaign and following politics over the last 5 years and witnessing what Biden did with his trifecta for the first 2 years, his disinterest in shoring up the Supreme Court, packing the Supreme Court, doing any kind of real Supreme Court reform, even as the leaked memo.
With a 50-50 Senate? Like, why would you even think that any of that was on the table? For a second, why would you even think? You think Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema and probably like 12 other Democrats, to be honest with you, you think that was, why was that even an option for you? Like, I don't even why would you even, it's like, what couldn't they do? Just give me one thing that they didn't have the votes to do. If you're saying that Biden could have packed the court if you wanted to.
That Roe was about to get overturned came out. All of that, the Build Back Better, bifurcation, the abandonment of the $15 minimum wage, all of those things have led me to the conclusion that I happen to hold. But I also acknowledge that other people aren't there yet. And to get to where I am, they have to witness what I've seen. So I would love to see them try to push the party. I suspect that they will fail and that they will come around to my side. But I do think the obligation is, of course, to push the party.
She is fucking stupid.
Liberals,
holy moly,
the Democrats left, although you think that is a futile project.
Yeah, I think that it will.
If it's futile, then why should we do it?
This is an obvious contradiction.
I suspect that they will fail and that they will come around to my side. But I do think the obligation is, of course, to push the party. Yeah.
This is sort of what I'm not following, is that you seem to be suggesting that liberals need to be pushing the Democrats left, although you think that is a futile project.
Yeah, I think that it will.
If it's futile, then why should we do it?
Because it is a way to heighten the contradictions and cause people to have a consciousness about the Democratic Party and who they.
Oh my God, that is accelerationism. Like, what we're talking about, heightening the contradictions. These are what the fucking the more militant socialists were pushing for, in tension with the reformists, in the early 20th century. Like, she's just an accelerationist. That's what she's talking about here. Make the consequences of capitalism worse so that we can have our turn afterwards. Make the consequences of the contradictions of capital or capitalism, make them so bad that people will come to us because we're offering an alternative to capitalism. Like, that's what she's doing here.
Really are. And it's a consciousness that has started to happen under Bernie Sanders. And it really blossomed because of Gaza, because so many people who weren't that political or maybe even were right leaning and were anti-war in a right leaning way saw what was very obvious, which was that supporting supporting Israel was a losing proposition, and that no amount of warning signs would convince the Democratic Party that they should drop this issue or even pretend to drop the issue in the short term in order to win an election, and that the party fundamentally cared more about Israel than it did about beating Donald Trump. And how can you ask voters to care more about beating Donald Trump than a party who only really uses Trump as a cudgel to advance its corporate and imperialist interests?
What?
Because it seems
Whoa.
like, again, what the theory of change that you're suggesting is that presumably a fairly long-term project of.
This is why it's like tricky, I think, to have a conversation with these people, is like they retreat to these macro analyses. They zoom way out. Like you'll ask them a specific question about a specific point that they made because it's silly. Like it doesn't make any sense. And then what does she do? She's ending her response with, what did she just say a minute ago? What the fuck did she just say?
Bringing a
more with the short term in order to win an election, and that the party fundamentally cared more about Israel than it did about beating Donald Trump. And how can you ask voters to care more about beating Donald Trump than a party who only really uses Trump as a cudgel to advance its corporate and imperialist interests?
The Democratic Party only uses Trump as a cudgel to advance their imperialistic and corporate interests. Like, we're ending with this like macro critique where you're like, wait, what the fuck? What did you just say? What? And it's like, the temptation might be to like unpack that, but that's in her wheelhouse, right? Like she has this like practice dialogue tree about like all the contradictions of capitalism and the evils of US imperialism. And, like she's had these conversations thousands of times. And so like the challenge for Contra, I think, and other interlocutors that happen to spar with her is like, you have to keep her on point. Like you have to keep her on the track that you're on, instead of like doing these like fucking 100,000 foot zoom outs.
I guess it's.
And so it's just like, okay, well, you've just said a lot there. Where do I even begin? I hope that's what Contra does here.
Beating Donald Trump than a party who only really uses Trump as a cudgel to advance its corporate and imperialist interests.
I guess it seems to me though that, like, again, what the theory of change that you're suggesting is that presumably a fairly long-term project of bringing about the disintegration of the Democratic Party and the emergence of some kind of new left populist party. I mean, that's what you're suggesting, yeah?
100%. And just the same way as the Republican Party emerged because neither major American party was willing to acknowledge abolitionism as a movement. Right. Right. No one was willing to recognize the abolitionist movement. And so the Republicans emerged because there was half the country that was completely unseen within the political context.
But if that doesn't happen on a reasonable time frame, like if the Democratic Party does not disintegrate,
millions of people will die. Not an exaggeration, Like, well, if we don't get it on a reasonable timeline, couldn't the fucking world end? Like, aren't we risking like, isn't the risk of like nuclear Armageddon, doesn't that skyrocket when you elect someone like Donald Trump? Or isn't the risk of like a global kind of economic meltdown or some kind of catastrophe and millions of people dead, like are you willing to endure all that for not even a guarantee that you're going to get your socialist project at the end of that? Like what's the trade-off here seems completely untenable.
Then it seems that what you're advocating is for us to essentially wind up with like a 50-year MAGA Reich, which
no, to be clear, the Democrats at any point could choose to win. Right?
Oh my God. Did they think about maybe winning elections?
The Democrats at any point could choose to win. All they have to do is say, we're not going to support a genocide. Is that too much to ask?
I guess I'm not convinced that the Democrats will easily win if they simply say we're not going to support a genocide.
Why not? Because I'm looking at the poll now. It was 29%.
Donald Trump won it perfectly well without making any such concession.
Au contraire, he said he supported a ceasefire. This is my point about how the right is willing.
What? He said literally like almost word for word, I'm just going to let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants to do. He literally ran on that. He literally ran on just like, let them finish it. I'm not going to get in the way. I'm not going to tell them how to do what they want to do. Like, what? God, man, she is, I think she's stupid and dishonest. I think like they're both like relevant labels to attach here.
To lie about it, and the Democrats won't even pretend to lie about it.
wasn't Kamala Harris also at least nominally in favor of a ceasefire?
She was explicitly.
She had to try. Well,
She was explicitly saying that she would push for a ceasefire and a two-state solution. Not nominally, like explicitly. She ran on that. That's what Kamala ran on.
the two-state solution is a whole other conversation. That is not really the demand at present.
Well, I mean, I don't even.
She has tried out AOC at the DNC after precluding any Palestinians, pro-Democrat Palestinians, from speaking at the DNC to argue that Kamala Harris was tirelessly fighting for a ceasefire when subsequent
We're leaving out so much context here, you guys. Oh my goodness.
biographies, like the Kamala Harris's 107 Days biography and this Alex Thompson, Jake Tapper book, acknowledge that at no point, the reporting is clear, at no point did Joe Biden consider a ceasefire. At no point. And that was a bald-faced lie, right? Which is part of why there's so much frustration.
They helped negotiate multiple ceasefires. Like, I don't even know what she's saying here. Like, what claim is she making? That Biden was opposed to a ceasefire the whole time? Like, according to who? Like, Jake Tapper said that in a book? Like, what are you talking about?
Frustration with the sort of AOC left, because here's where my argument continues, that when you do get progressive.
Hutch, seriously, what do you think Dems could have done to make her happy with the Dems today? Has she said what it would be? Can you think of anything? Nothing. And that's the point. That's why you should, literally just ignore her. Like, if you're in the Democratic Party and you want to win elections, just ignore Briahna Joy Gray. Just ignore her. She should have nothing to do with your campaign strategy. The whole point, she will never, ever support the Democratic Party. She's like an accelerationist tanky. That's what she is. She's just hiding her power level, and not especially well, but she's an accelerationist tanky. There's nothing that you can do to satisfy her within the realm of anything realistically possible or practical.
Was elected, and I was extremely enthusiastic about AOC. I was there the night reporting on her victory primary that nobody expected her to win. I was there her first day in office when she did the Green New Deal sit-in, and I, very hopeful about what was going to happen with her and the other electeds that were progressives that were elected in the years after. But in truth, the party changes you rather than the other way around. And this dovetails. Sorry, I want to give you a chance to respond, but this dovetails with another.
Well, that makes sense.
Criticism that you make of the left, which is that we don't. What is it? Famously, you're famously quoted as saying, the left doesn't want power. The left wants to endlessly critique power. And this comes up in critiques of people like AOC and Zohran Mamdani once they get into office. But we can come to that. I want to give you a chance to respond. I've said a lot.
Well, I still don't understand why you think that. Why does Donald Trump not have to do any of these things to get elected that you think that progressives would have to do?
Do what things?
Well, to call for the end of Israel as a Jewish state or whatever, to...
By the way, I do think that should happen. That's me and my personal politics.
Yeah.
You don't say.
I think there's a good reason for that, because the maintenance of a Jewish majority in the Arab world...
you don't need to sidetrack the conversation about a broad conversation about one state versus two state. Stop. Why are you hijacking the conversation in this moment? Who cares? We all know your position on Israel. You're just derailing the conversation. She's so fucking annoying. I don't know how I don't know how Contra's brain didn't explode having this conversation with her.
Requires apartheid. It requires denying Palestinians the right to return. To create a democratic majority, you have to do exactly what Israel's been doing, which is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. This is not a conversation about one state versus two state.
That is not
Don't
what
take the bait.
Kamala Harris had to do to win.
Okay, but so I guess I don't understand why voters seem to have no trouble electing Donald Trump, this man who has an extremely pro-Israel position, more pro-Israel than the Democratic Party does. Why is he able to get elected without pivoting against Israel? Whereas why is this a condition for the Democrats to succeed?
Well,
I feel like what you're saying would make more sense if Jill Stein had gotten 30% of the vote or something. I'd be well, okay, that's you have a point there, but that's not what happened, right? It's voters are supporting a further right, more pro-Israel candidate. So it's a little
And
bit hard for me
protest-
to reconcile
yeah. Okay,
with
so-
that, with the idea that this is the
Sure.
reason why Democrats can't get elected.
I think for one, it's to punish Joe Biden, under whom this genocide started and under whom to date most of the deaths.
Biden is fucking living his best life right now. He's just, I saw a video of him the other day. He seems like he's doing fine. I don't think, not much of a punishment. You know, it's not like you're throwing them in jail. You're just giving them an early retirement is what you're doing. So like, I just like question the use of the word punishment in this context.
Have occurred, and most of the infrastructural destruction in Gaza has occurred, right? So
Did she say
cannot
that
go
he
ignored
started
that
the
while
war?
we
Is that what she just said?
anticipate that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, and should have anticipated that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, that doesn't justify in the eyes of many voters, including voters whose lives and families have been directly implicated by this genocide, voting for the guy who did it. So if I'm standing there, you know, stabbing you, I don't mean to like conjure violence, but you know, if I'm standing there with a can of gas having burned your house down, and I'm like, vote for me and the other guy is going to burn your house down twice. I mean, you can imagine that you as an individual aren't going to want to vote for me. I just burned your house down.
So I can understand the psychology of that for when you're the person whose house is being burned down. But I also sort of don't really see. So I don't understand how like Biden's stance on Israel is being effectively punished by electing someone who's even more pro-Israel.
Well, people are saying you can't win. You're not going to be allowed to win under these conditions. If you want to win an election, Democratic Party, you have to move not even to the left, to the center, so where the majority of the country is and the majority of the world is on Israel.
You have to move towards the center by advocating for a one-state solution. Yes. Very, very centrist position of one-state solution.
Because you understand, Natalie, that like in elections, there's a bunch of people who are always going to be Republicans. There are a bunch of people who are always going to be Democrats, and they're fighting for this center group of swing voters.
Yes.
And anti-war sentiments, along with a lot of other sentiments, many of which, frankly, I don't align with, are preponderant among that group, right? And that was a real driving force in the electorate. Among the people that you needed to get to change.
No, it wasn't.
Anti-war. I mean, Trump has been cultivating a sort of anti-war, anti-interventionist personality for a really long time, right?
What is the basis for that claim? Israel was a strong motivator for voters and like centrist voters in 2024? What?
And along with a lot of other sentiments, many of which, frankly, I don't align with, are preponderant among that group, right? And that was a real driving force in the electorate. Among the people that you needed to get to change, Gaza, anti-war, I mean, Trump has been cultivating a sort of...
According to what survey? Like what?
Time, right? One of the things he bragged about was...
What is she claiming?
Wars. Now, you can sit here and you can argue with that,
right.
But like that was something, that was a pitch that he...
But he did say that, yes.
But that's a pitch that he made. So this is my point. You say that Trump didn't have to do the things that I'm saying that Biden or Kamala Harris should have done. But he did. And it was a lie. But he did do those things. He presented, he listened to the base, and he gave the...
Dude, he said, I'm literally going to let Israel do whatever the fuck they want to do. What is she talking about?
the message that they want to hear. While
isn't your position
Kamala
also that the Democrats lied?
In what way?
Ways? Well, in terms of you've suggested that the Democrats lied about wanting a ceasefire, or
Yes.
lied about
Yes.
conditioning aid.
Yeah, I do. I think they lied less effectively, and I think they lied more minimally. I think when you have one guy lying and saying, I'm going to end the war.
They should lie better.
Well, no, I think that they should tell the truth and cut ties with Israel. But if we're asking who's responsible, who had the power, who the onus was on to actually stop Trump, that clearly was not me or any podcaster or any voter or anybody tweeting on Al Gore's internet, Elon Musk's internet. It was the...
Don't blame me. I'm just a small beans leftist. It was actually the centrist voters that wanted, Kamala to drop a tactical nuclear weapon on Israel or whatever.
And one last point I would make about this is, I'm sure you've been following what's going on.
I hate her. I fucking...
Have you?
Relevant.
Yeah, I'm sure people have lives.
I have.
Relevant. This is a relevant section. We all need to pay attention at this part.
That clearly was not me or any podcaster or any voter or anybody tweeting on Al Gore's internet, Elon Musk's internet. It was the party who had the and one last point I would make about this is I'm sure you've been following what's going on with this DNC autopsy report. Have you? I shouldn't say I'm sure. People have lives.
I have. Yeah.
And I'm sure you've heard that the prevailing theory, which may not be true, but the prevailing theory is that the reason they don't want to, at least the autopsy report, is that it shows exactly what the IMEU study and other studies have shown, which is that the number one issue for Biden 2020 voters that didn't want to vote for Kamala in 2024 and didn't vote for Kamala in 2024 was ending Israel's violence in Gaza at 29%, followed by the economy, 24%, Medicare and Social Security at 12%, immigration at 11%, healthcare at 10%, and on down the line. So if they release that, the idea is, I'm sorry, just to put a fine point on it. The idea is that if the Democratic Party acknowledges and releases that they knew that was the case, then suddenly the onus is very clear, right? Who has the responsibility for losing to Trump is very clear. And the contrast that I think is my mission as a podcaster and a political commentator to demonstrate who the Democratic Party really is and what their priorities really are becomes very obvious to everyone. And I think you do start to get a lot of defections from the party, or at least calls for an enormous overhaul of leadership, et cetera.
Well, bad news for Briahna Joy Gray, because we have a tactical truth nuke inbound. Matt Berg is a reporter, former political reporter, current Washington correspondent with Crooked Media. Scoop! I got new details about the DNC's autopsy per people familiar with the report. The autopsy doesn't dive into the electoral impact of Biden administration's handling of Gaza, despite speculations that it might. One person described the report as gobbledygook. That's notable as questions linger about whether the controversy cost Harris votes. I don't know I don't even like this writing. Who has questions about this? Who is unsure about the fact that Gaza probably lost Kamala votes? The question is like, could you say it was the singular reason why she lost? Axios reported that officials working on the autopsy concluded that Harris lost significant support because of the Biden administration's approach to the war in Gaza. This reporting was so stupid. What is going on with journalism? This reporting was so stupid. Do you guys remember this article? The bombshell in this article was that people that worked with the DNC reached out to over 100 groups that it was working with in 2024 and communicating with. And there were a few, like literally like two, like pro-Gaza groups that, you know, when the DNC went and spoke to them, representatives from those groups told the DNC officials that her support for Israel, or her inheriting Biden's Gaza policies, lost her votes. And it's like, and like, what is this supposed to be, like new information? And then people took this headline and just bastardized it. People in their brains turned it into Dems working on secret report found Gaza cost Harris the election. But that's not what this says. It says it cost her votes, which is obvious. Who questioned that? Everybody knew that. Everybody understands that there were some people that were frustrated with her about Gaza and didn't vote for her. This is not new information. And then, like, that article was so stupid. People with knowledge of the report's contents described it to me as strikingly sparse and hardly a detailed anatomy of the party's 2024 defeat. One person familiar with the autopsy's contents described the document to me as a few dozen pages of gobbledygook with little original data. The DNC did not respond to a request for comment. Read the full story here. The DNC has insisted that it won't release the full report due to concerns that it could distract away from winning future elections. As DNC chair Ken Martin told Crooked's John Favreau, the navel-gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. But Democrats are calling for its release. Governor Andy Beshear, a likely 2028 presidential contender, said he wants to read the autopsy. Even Kamala Harris reportedly thinks it should be released. Quote, "This is ridiculous. We're burying what we need to know to win. Get over it. Put it out there," said Rep. Seth Moulton, Democrat from Massachusetts, who is running for Senate, told What a Day. Continued, Democrats are more afraid of offending people than solving people's problems. We need to get in the business of actually solving people's problems, and that means having tough conversations about what's going on. In any case, Just a fucking narrative annihilating tactical nuke. Sorry to disappoint, guys. You don't get credit for Donald Trump. So sorry, I know you were really I know you were really fucking hoping for that, which is crazy to me. That you would want credit for Donald Trump is just insane to me. Just like make it make sense. Genuinely, if I thought that I had contributed in a meaningful way to Donald Trump winning an election, I would be it would be difficult for me to look in the mirror. I would be just filled with shame at what I had helped cause. But they wanted it to be about them so bad because it would give them leverage in their minds. They wanted the leverage. They wanted to be able to say like, we'll fucking burn it all down, motherfucker. We have the power to do that. So I'm glad it didn't work out for them. Fuck you. You're irrelevant. Fuck yourself. I really hate these people. I just fucking hate these people.
I want them to release the autopsy. I want them to do whatever it takes to get elected. If that means cutting off all aid to Israel, then they should do that. I mean, I think it probably, in reality, is wrapped up with a bunch of other issues. Like,
want to watch my Lorenz vid at some point? I do. We'll probably watch that on Sunday.
Maybe my child might encounter.
Minerva with the gifted sub. Thank you.
The Democrats are supposed to do something.
That
about
wasn't on the list, by the way. That isn't on this IMEU list at the very least. Nothing.
Well, I hope it's not.
Nothing cultural. Abortion policy was number 9, and at 9%.
Okay, we'll watch it on Wednesday, maybe.
But nothing about transports, nothing about COVID. A lot of issues that I think folks thought were going to be determinative weren't, at least among the.
This makes Martin look worse. If it's mainly gobbledygook, why not release it? If it's so bad, where did they get the lessons from? Well, if the report is just done haphazardly and it's just like a mess and it's just, I guess I can understand being sensitive to, not wanting the party to be perceived as like incompetent. Like, I'm not sure that's a great outcome, but I mean, I agree at this, he should have released it already. Just say that, you know what I mean? Just fucking say it. Like, we'll release the report, but as leader of the DNC, like, I'm not happy with this report. Just do that. You know what I mean? Just say it. Just be like, I think there's a lot of problems with it, whatever, like, I think that would have been better than what's happening now.
These Biden 2020 to Harris 2024 voters.
But can you see how it's like a little bit difficult for me to take your criticisms of what you think the Democrats ought to do to get elected when you're simultaneously saying that people should not elect them? Like, your position is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. So because it's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them to win.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't want the Democrats to win, right?
I think in an ideal world, given how hard it's going to be and how hard it already is for so many people, in an ideal world, I mean, I worked for Bernie for this reason. In an ideal world, a social democrat like Bernie Sanders gets elected. We get universal health care, a basic social democrat safety net, free education, and, our little.
Notice how she goes, like, she skips the most important part. Like, what part is she skipping there, guys? So, like, in my ideal world, Bernie wins the presidency and then we all get free healthcare and free college and da-da-da-da. She's just like skipping the actual lawmaking part of it. She's just not even thinking about the Congress, that is the core of Green Lantern theory of politics, Like, yeah, Bernie wins and we just get every policy that we wanted. It's like, okay, well, you've skipped actually getting bills passed in the Congress. Like, that is the most important, most consequentially the most difficult part of that process. She said ideal, but even in your ideal, you should not be like skipping that step. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a direct one. She's describing her ideal as Bernie gets elected, therefore these things happen. It's like, well, wait a second. Like, you can't just say like Bernie gets, you have to say like Bernie and enough people in Congress that would support these bills. Like, you can't leave them out of that. Like, they're the ones that write those bills.
Capital.
It's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them to win.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't want the Democrats to win, right?
I think in an ideal world, given how hard it's going to be and how hard it already is for so many people, in an ideal world, I mean, I worked for Bernie for this reason. In an ideal world, a social democrat like Bernie Sanders gets elected. We get universal health care, a basic social democrat safety net, free education, and, our little, capitalist kingdom gets to tip along for another 100 years and say.
This is actually one of the ways that Bernie has like fucked American politics. My opinion of Bernie has gone down in my elderly years. I think a lot of people saw him in 2016 and Number one, they thought he was more competitive than he actually was. And number two, they thought that by electing him, they were just going to get all these things automatically. And it was just like, we were that close to getting Medicare for all. And then the establishment was like, well, actually, we weren't not even remotely close to, like if Bernie would have won, he would have been dealing with like a 40-seat majority for Republicans in the House and like a 3-seat majority in the, I mean, who knows how that race would have shaped out, like down ballot, but you know, almost certainly the Republicans would have controlled the House, and you know, it's like that would have been tough to get Medicare for all through like a Republican-led House, you know.
Even a lot of people from immiseration. I think that's what I was working for, along with so many other people in 2020. But what I learned was how unlikely that is. What I learned from experience. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, your current position though is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. Like, isn't this sort of an energetic drain at minimum on the enthusiasm that it takes to be able to win elections?
How so?
Well,
Shouldn't have to explain that.
Using your platform to encourage people.
Why does she have to explain that? You every day on social media and through your YouTube channel, every day you're making the case to abandon the Democratic Party. That's your whole brand, Briahna Joy Gray. And so Contra's like, well, you know, doesn't this actually like hurt enthusiasm during elections? And Briahna was like, how so? Why are you asking that question? What do you mean? Why does this need to be explained? You know what she's meaning when she says that?
To abstain or to vote third party or to sort of in general just give up on the Democrats. Doesn't that, like, my experience is that in 2024 it was very difficult to advocate for Kamala Harris in public with a leftist audience because of the extreme
genocide.
The genocide allegations, yes, that you would then be accused of. Like, I feel like I guess I don't see voting as like a symbolic expression of my like virtuous stance on any particular issue so much as I do like a consequentialist calculation about like what is the actual effect.
The
actual effect of electing Donald Trump has been disastrous.
Yes, and the actual effect of voting blue no matter who means that we get more right-wing presidents every time, both on the Democratic side.
No, it doesn't. Oh my God.
And the only way to curb that ratchet effect would be to say, hey, Democrats, you absolutely can get my vote. My vote is absolutely gettable. And it's not because I'm asking for some crazy demand that's going to cause you to lose 3 other votes somewhere else. It's only upside. I have a plan for you, Democrats. Here's how you win. You oppose the genocide, you call it a genocide, and you say you're going to stop funding the genocide and follow American law, the Leahy law, which prohibits me from funding these war crimes to begin with. And you can win. How can you argue against
so fucking stupid?
Because people have been making this argument my entire life. I mean, people argue about Ralph Nader in year 2000. Like,
what argument
the argument that by voting third party, there's an opportunity to meaningfully shift the Democrats.
No, but that wasn't what I just said, right?
Move left. Well, what
I just said is, hey, I'm a Democrat. This is what I was advocating for Democrats. If you want to be me, great. But if you're a Democrat, my argument is to say, and this is what the uncommitted movement was saying, my vote is up on offer. I want to give you my vote. I want to stop Trump. I want to give you my vote. And all you have to do is do this thing, which is going to make you more popular and more electable.
Well,
and the Democrats said, no, I would rather lose than incur the wrath of my AIPAC donors or whatever else is at the root of our entanglement with Israel as a country.
Okay, well, you get what you pay for. And we are where we are now in some measure, like because of your decision. You know, you don't get all the blame, but you get some of the blame. You joined others in this country in helping to elect Donald Trump. And we're all experiencing the result of that. And okay, that was your choice. You thought that this is somehow a better outcome for you. And yeah.
Our military base that is the state of Israel.
But in order for this like blackmail message to be effective, like doesn't it have to be the case that third party voters are the determining factor in swinging the election, which you just said that they are not?
Not third party voters. Like people who decline to vote for Kamala Harris are not third party voters.
Do the protest voters have the leverage to be taking the election hostage in this way?
Well, they quite obviously did, and that's why they don't want to release, arguably, the autopsy report.
Nope. Negative, Ghost Rider. Negative. What are you going to do now? So what they are going to, I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. What they are going to do is they're going to go from saying, well, they don't want to release the autopsy because obviously this was about Gaza and, you know, they don't want to give us that leverage publicly. Well, now that there's this reporting, what they're going to do is they're going to say, well, they never even investigated Gaza because they knew that that was the reason and they didn't want that to get out. So like they're going to shift the goalpost. They're not going to move from like they're going to find a way to make it work no matter what. It's like all roads lead back to Gaza, and thus, you know, like the whole point of that obviously is to like give them leverage. Like that's what all of this is about. So
right, they quite obviously did, and if that becomes well, okay, sure. But what's not speculation is that we know that 29% of people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, but
we don't really know that. I mean, just, you know,
ending Israel's violence in Gaza was the reason.
We don't really know that.
Right. So if you're the Democrats and you have this option, a part of me wants to open one of these books and rifle through, because I remember.
I don't really know that, you know.
At some point in, I can't remember if it's Original Sin or on 107 Days. I think it's Original Sin. There was reporting, and there's been ample reporting at this point, 2 years out, that internally, Biden understood. They understood how much this issue was hurting them, and they chose to ignore it. In fact, they chose to double down on it. Right? And I don't understand. Like, at some point, Natalie, like at some point, I mean, is there anything that Democrats would do that you would say?
Sure. I mean. Sure.
If Donald Trump, if the 2016 version of Donald Trump were running against the 2024 Donald Trump on the Democratic ticket, would you say that we should vote for 2016 Donald Trump because his first term was better than his second term?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how I would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet of like what like moral depth to which I would stoop.
I hate her.
Yeah,
I hate her. I fucking hate her.
That out for me. Everyone always asking me to play out my plan. Play out the consequences of vote blue no matter who, because you and others, I don't mean to put it all on you, but ask me what the timeline is. I got to this place because I started asking more centrist oriented people what the timeline is for Medicare for all. How long are we supposed to deal with the fact that 68,000 people die every year from a lack of health insurance?
As long as it takes, you fucking baby. As long as it takes. What do you mean? Like, it fucking took 100 years to get rid of Jim Crow. And like, what's the alternative? Like, okay, well, we can't wait that long. Therefore, we're going to help Republicans win elections over and over and over and over and over again. Like, okay, well, how is that getting us closer to Medicare for all, you know?
What's the timeline on that? And I had people come to me who were Medicare for All activists in the state of California, who were Bernie's Medicare for All czar, and their plans were minimum 20-year time horizons, saying that, well,
okay,
the argument that was made to me was Gavin Newsom was going to get
all
Medicare
right.
for All in the state of California, that he was going to become president, and that he was then going to bring Medicare for All to the entire country. Gavin Newsom doesn't even support Medicare for All anymore, obviously. Mm-hmm. And the state of California, with its overwhelmingly Democratic legislature, has intentionally scuttled their CalCare program now multiple times, including.
This doesn't really help her point, by the way. It's like in California, a state with a supermajority blue legislature, we can't even get single payer across the finish line in this state. But you think it should be easy to accomplish at the federal level? Like, okay.
Just recently. So at a certain point, I mean, let me maybe ask it this way, Natalie. How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
Well, they certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the level of effect that you do, because yes, they have some effect, but they also, like, at the end of the day, do still need to get elected, right? So I don't think there's an infinite capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting you.
This is kind of my point, that we saw that limit with Gaza and they didn't care, right?
Like, Democrats have tried over the years to, like, I mean, Obama came fairly like with the Affordable Care Act, they came fairly close to getting not Medicare for all, but a single payer option.
Well, Natalie,
a public option. She means a public option.
Okay, but like, why is it, Natalie? We know how slim the Republicans' margins are right now, right?
Yeah.
And yet they managed to do everything in the world. Why
No.
is that Barack
No.
Obama had a supermajority.
No.
Had a supermajority. When we say it was...
Well, why? What's going on with the SAVE Act? Why did they just cave to Democrats on the partial shutdown fight? they do whatever they want, right? Like, oh, whatever.
Scuttled by Joe Lieberman. We're saying that he was the 60th vote in a supermajority.
Yes.
And why is it that it seems to be the case that Democrats are always 1 or 2 votes shy from doing the thing that 75% of the country wants them to do, but Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to
They don't.
Well,
They just simply don't. Just don't concede that point. Like they don't. They don't. That's just.
Didn't want single payer. Like I think that she did.
Yes.
Like I think that this genuinely.
I
was.
don't.
You don't think that she did?
I don't think that Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, whomever, I don't think that Democratic Party leadership wants single payer. Absolutely not.
I don't think that's supported by Nancy Pelosi's actions in 2010.
How so?
I mean, we'd have to fact check this after the fact, but
Did
I think
Nancy
recall her
Pelosi
making
support-
a fairly strong effort to achieve this, and eventually needing to create a compromise option in order to get Joe Lieberman on board. But I think that look, I mean, I do think that in the future, like Donald Trump has proved that by acting in a sort of heavy-handed authoritarian fashion, it is possible to do a bunch of stuff that's not popular. Should the Democrats? Well, I mean, I do consider it a serious defect of the Obama administration that
I feel like this has shades of my conversation with my debate with Destiny. Doesn't it sound a little bit like that conversation?
he was so like there was this mindset of like, oh, we need to be bipartisan and we need to constantly reach across the aisle and like, yeah, I hate all of that. Obviously,
Are you playing Death Stranding too? I am.
Administration was, we do not go high. Don't do that. Like, and I think that I think Biden improved on that somewhat. There's
How so?
more room for still more improvement. Well, I think Biden like did a number of things that were not, would not have been doable if you needed Republican cooperation. But I think that,
Like, I mean, I'm not trying to be contrarian. I just want to know specifically what you're thinking about.
Like all the bills he got done.
like Medicaid expansion and infrastructure bill, and it was more aggressive in getting some of these things done than I think Obama was.
So
But like
he was in the infrastructure bill example where he had the leverage comes right from having the infrastructure projects that Republicans want, and because it was COVID and the country was shut down and everyone needed the country to get going for capitalism reasons, right? So we took all of that stuff that even Republicans wanted to vote for, bundled it with a bunch of stuff that were Democratic priorities because they were social spending priorities, and then broke those two things apart so that Republicans could get what they wanted without having to do all the Democratic. Like that was the Build Back Better bifurcation dance that even AOC called out, right? Like even AOC, there was that whole rigmarole around how they were going to hold the line and that they weren't going to vote for the one package unless both packages, and then
so I
predictably,
I agree with you that
Don't concede that.
there's a lot of room for a Democratic administration to be even more aggressive, and I agree that they should.
I don't agree.
Why don't they? Why aren't they? What's the because people like me are.
I really don't agree. I think Biden probably got close to as much as he could have gotten from that Congress.
Been accused as being,
Which was Natalie's original point, by the way. I mean, he certainly was more aggressive at like a more comprehensive legislative agenda than Obama was.
not having a material analysis of thinking that we're going to win because of vibes. I feel very strongly that I'm doing the opposite. That when you just love Mamdani and love AOC, that's the vibes. I liked what they stood for and what they said, and now that they're in office, it's about asking, analyzing, and as someone who is in the media, pressing them on whether or not they're using the leverage that they have at their disposal to maximize the follow through on their campaign commitments, right? It's not about me loving them. My job is not to love Mamdani as much as he seems like a fun hang. I have nothing personal against any of these people, but I have to raise questions, right? Why does Zohran Mamdani endorse Kathy Hochul prematurely when she hasn't released fundraising, the funding to him that he needs to advance his agenda?
Because
Why
fuck
does he
you.
come out and
That's why. Because fuck yourself.
dissuade a challenger to Hakeem Jeffries when Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most vocal Zionists in the entire country. The leader of the Democratic Party bungled Democratic Party redistricting in New York in a way that cost Democrats seats in the House, and also did not support Zohran Mamdani's campaign even after he won the primary. You know, why did he say that he would vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House prematurely, ostensibly without getting any concessions? If he has gotten concessions, why won't he be more forthcoming about what he was able to get with his leverage so people like me would leave him alone? Right?
What leverage did Mamdani have over Jeffries?
Because we want him to be successful on his campaign promises.
Like literally, what leverage does she think that Mamdani had over Jeffries?
Job stability. Right? I'm not invested in his
once
job
a politician
stability.
gets elected, they have to like engage with the reality of their situation. They need to cooperate with other people to achieve things.
Cooperate with
like,
who?
I don't think an elected politician cannot base all of their behavior around like winning the recognition from people who are protest voters and probably didn't support them in the first place.
Did you? What did I? Can you steelman back to me what I wanted Zoran Mamdani to do with Kathy Hochul and why? I
can't. No.
Okay, so I want to be really clear about this. I'll repeat it. I'm not just wanting him to run around saying I'm the biggest Marxist ever, beating his chest and saying free Palestine. That's not my argument. My argument is that
what is your argument?
he fought for free buses, free childcare, a number of policy priorities that were going to require funding from Albany, right, from the governor of the state. So when I raised concerns about him endorsing Kathy Hochul in her reelection bid during an election season when there was her own lieutenant governor was challenging her, a lieutenant governor who came out and endorsed Zoran Mamdani early and who supported Zoran Mamdani's funding when Kathy Hochul was saying she did not agree with his funding priorities. I see that as Zoran Mamdani prematurely giving up leverage for something that he says he wants, which is free buses. I'm with Zoran Mamdani. Let's get those free buses. But how are you going to get them when the governor of your state is saying that she doesn't believe in your policy agenda and frankly also wouldn't even endorse you after you won your...
How do you cover this for a living and not know that, like, I said this yesterday. We already watched this part. I assume there's a lot of people in chat that wasn't watching this with us yesterday. And, Kathy Hochul had been working with the state legislature to do a big state-funded, statewide free childcare kind of initiative. And she allowed Mamdani to take some of the credit, even though he basically did nothing for that, as I understand. Like, he was not involved in that, but she invited him to do a press conference. They did a joint press conference, like announcing this initiative, this like statewide initiative. And so to me, it seemed pretty obvious that, like, that's why he endorsed her, is because she shared some of that like credit with him. And so now they have this like this better relationship. And so, but she's just like, what did he get for that? What did he get for her endorsement? And it's like, you cover the news for a living and you don't know that that's what Hochul did. That was like kind of a big deal that Hochul did that, It's kind of a big deal to like give a politician credit for something that they had nothing to do with, to like boost their political capital or whatever.
Primary against an actual predator of Andrew Cuomo, right?
Yes.
So I feel like my ask is extremely pragmatic. How are you using your leverage to get money to do the thing that you say you want to do in New York?
I mean, I don't know the details of this particular situation. That may be a valid criticism for all I know, but it does seem like, it's hard for me to see like what you're saying as pragmatic when it seems like even the furthest left politicians that get elected in the United States, you sort of are not supporting because you see them as like immediately becoming compromised by this hopelessly corrupt system. Not supporting?
What does it mean to support? Is my job to support them or is my job to get them to do my bidding because I'm the voter? I'm the constituent.
Well, did you
they deserve my?
Did you support Zoran Mamdani in the election?
I did, and I had him on the show. I've had him on the show 4 or 5 times before most people even knew what his name was. Right?
Yeah.
I supported him because he was doing things like doing a hunger strike in support of taxi drivers who are being financially immiserated by the cost of their medallions and killing themselves in New York City. But more importantly, I don't support Zoran Mamdani. I support what he ran on. My job is not to support some random 34-year-old man who seems really nice. My job is to support his agenda. And if he's acting in ways that don't seem to be in furtherance of his agenda, it's my job to ask why at the bare minimum as someone who's ostensibly sort of in the media, in the press.
Well, and it's your right to ask that. But I do feel that like this is like we're talking about this kind of feud between people on the very far left of American politics, right? Where I mean, and you can sort of do this. You can do this when it comes to, especially to something like the mayor of New York City, where it's like, yeah, I mean, New York City is on the far left of the American political spectrum. But when it comes to like a national presidential election, like this type of thing is like, so I don't know, don't you, I see this as like so far on the left end of the spectrum as to like sort of not be relevant to winning like median voters. So I feel like the focus on it is like a little bit.
To stay on this for a second though, Natalie, I think what's frustrating to me, like when I listen to you in conversation with Joshua Citarella, part of what's frustrating is there's this caricature of my position. Right. There's this caricature of the left's position.
Is it accurate?
We just want to beat up on Zahn and AOC. Right. Like we just are running on vibes. We're never happy. We don't want power. We want to endlessly critique power.
Well,
and my view of it is we fought tooth and nail to get these people into power. And when they are in power, we would like them to use it. And I choose not to speak about liberals in this way because I don't know how constructive it is. And so many of them are kind of organically coming around to my position because of what they see the Democratic Party doing and not fighting and not being a resistance party. But I could easily characterize liberals as being exactly what you claim the left is, which is not caring about power, right? Because Zoran and them, they have power, but only caring about kind of abstractly sitting in those seats without actually wielding power. And that to me, it's very frustrating because we should be on the same side, but I think there was this cartoonish caricature and an attempt to drain the substance out of the critique of the
It's so funny.
that has us at cross.
It's so funny for Briahna Joy Gray to be telling Contrapoints we should be on the same side. That's fucking incredible.
Purposes where I don't actually know that you disagree. Like when I outline the specific critique of Zoran, it doesn't sound like you disagree with it. So is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani does or that Biden did or that like yes, of course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree, but I also think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional to like it's very difficult to build the kind of like momentum behind a candidate when it's so much. I don't see this problem existing on the right where like you don't have. I mean, obviously Trump has lost a lot of his, I think, supporters in the last year. But like during the election, they show up for him and they form this kind of like unified and some of this has to do with right-wing values around loyalty and submission and stuff. And I don't necessarily advocate adopting that, but I do think that. I mean, you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election. It's not like you say like okay, well, we'll get her elected and then we criticize. It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because
it's
I have so much
that's where
less.
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so,
like you don't.
Yeah.
You're
so
not.
Let's talk about
taking
power.
any
Let's
plausible
talk about
action to
leverage.
yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
It's like what I said this yesterday, but like what leverage do you have now with Donald Trump? Like none. Like you're completely irrelevant. The Democratic Party are not, as far as I can see when I'm looking at all the candidates and how they're running their campaigns, and the Democratic Party are not catering to Briahna Joy Gray going into these midterms. Very likely will not. I mean, there's no chance. Yeah, like they're not going to cater to her in 2028. So like you don't have anything. You have nothing. All you have is like social media clicks. That's it. Literally, you have an aesthetic and social media engagements. That's it. And ad revenue or whatever. I don't know. However you make your money. You have no political project. Nothing. Like zero. Nothing. Less than nothing. You're a drain. You're a pro MAGA like barnacle.
Well, in the sense, I mean, I see what you're saying, like as like a protest voter threat, but I don't know. Do the Democrats take that threat seriously, or is it tendency to instead? Because I feel like this
is where I keep getting back to.
I feel like a lot of Democrats feel that when the protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right?
Yes.
Whereas there are like centrist median voters that are more winnable.
Yes.
Right. And that's, I think,
how has that been panning out?
And it tends to be the reaction.
Pretty
to
good,
losing an
I would say.
election.
And
Right,
how is
so I
that
don't
panning
know.
out? Who
Pretty
are
good.
these interest voters? So this is you're completely right. This is the Democrats' belief. They believe that if they take Liz Cheney, the daughter of the architect of the Iraq War
Oh my God.
to Dearborn, Michigan, America's largest
They
Muslim
didn't do that.
population, and parade her around.
They
on
didn't
the
do that, by
stage,
the way.
that they are going to find some voter,
She did not go to Dearborn.
loving voter who is so in love with Liz Cheney, a woman who lost her seat because she wouldn't subscribe to Trumpism, and that's somehow going to gin up votes for her. Right? Like you're completely right. The Democrat, but this is where I would disagree with you. This is where I would just modify that a little bit. I don't think that the Democratic Party necessarily believes that there are more voters to be gotten in this like weird, socially liberal, economically conservative middle ground of people that I don't think really, exist in any big numbers. But I do think that they are fundamentally unwilling to go the economic populist route because their donors won't allow it. And you keep asking me, which a really good question, which is why does it seem to be so much easier for Republicans? And I think I would answer that in two ways. One, because Donald Trump is in fact throwing meat to his base. He's saying we're going to go after immigrants.
Biden didn't. Biden didn't throw me to his back. Oh my God.
He's saying I'm going to be an anti-war
fucking
candidate.
people.
It's a lie, but he's saying all of that stuff, and that's what his base wants to hear. I cannot fathom what the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden equivalent of that was. What did Kamala Harris run on?
I mean, a lot of the messaging was very pro-democracy. Like,
Okay,
I think
so anti-Trump.
yeah. I mean, I think yes, it was anti-Trump, which I think probably, well, evidently it did not work. I mean, I think it
Yes.
appeals to someone like me who's concerned, like who's like deeply bothered by Trump and by January 6th.
Well, it appeals to people who are already going to vote Democrat no matter who.
But it doesn't. It's not. No, it's
so
not.
it doesn't matter.
People issue. I agree.
Right. So it's fundamentally
and that should probably not be the focus. Right?
It's a waste
Because
of it's a waste of everybody's time because the people who that appeals to are gonna vote Democrat no matter what. No matter what. So who do you actually need to get? You need to get me. You need to get the Muslims in Dearborn.
But like, are you
anti-war.
gettable?
You're not.
Me personally, it's like I don't think that it's useful to talk about me because I live in Washington D.C.
But
because I am someone.
You.
Right, but I just mean the royal me.
The royal you.
What you needed to get was the millions of voters that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 that declined to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, and who said the number one reason they did so was the war in Gaza.
Yeah,
that's what you need to get.
Like I feel that the 2028 primary will decide this. Like, but I also think that again.
Oh, you think it's you think
the history of Democrats losing elections. Like usually when the Democrats lose a presidential election, the next candidate is further to the right and not further to the left.
Yes.
Right. And that after 12 years of Reaganism, you got Bill Clinton.
And why is that?
Why is that? When Gore lost in 2000, you got John Kerry. When Bernie Sanders lost in when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, you got Joe Biden. I mean, why is that? I think it's because the Democrats pivot to attracting centrist voters.
Right. And why do we allow them to do that when it repeatedly causes them to lose?
I don't know what that even means, bro. I don't even know what that means. Why do we allow them to do that?
No, Hillary Clinton didn't win, but Hillary Clinton was coming after 8 years of Obama.
Exactly. And Bill Clinton won because he came coming after 8 years of Reagan. Right.
Yeah.
Like a friend of mine said this once. I think it was Pete David. It was someone over at Current Affairs who said this to me once. Maybe it was even Nathan, that the candidate that wins every year, they characterize it as the most Jesus-like candidate. I would characterize it as the most like outsider sort of Messiah-y candidate. It's the person who was able to frame themselves as the biggest outsider wins.
I mean,
right?
If I agree that for the last like 20 or 30 years, like there is a tendency, there's like an anti-incumbent bias. Right. Where like the people want a change and so they vote for the other party.
Right. So the problem is that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who is from the South and pretends to be a black person because he's,
okay.
And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well, no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other.
Briahna's like, well, yeah, it worked, but only if you count the times that they won, which They only won because Republicans. I don't know. It's just
Person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one party has been in power for a long time, is blamed for everything that's.
Do you see how debate perverted her mind is? You know what I mean? So she has to construct this like hyper specific set of conditions to explain Democratic Party wins, or rather, I guess, like disregard them in the analysis. She's like, well, how's that been working out? And Natalie correctly was like, pretty good, you know, like we won a lot of elections in the last like 30 years. And then Briahna Joy Gray has to go through this whole like insufferable diatribe about how, well, actually those wins don't count because of whatever. So really, when you think about it, the Republicans have just been straight up dominating for 30 years straight.
Going wrong in the world. And so whoever is on the other side is going to win. Like, we just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agree that that's a phenomenon. And the problem,
I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
it's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah.
So that being said,
well, I mean,
feels like
she's okay. Whatever.
Seems like
who cares?
is the same
Nothing
people
matters.
who elected Bill Clinton are still advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then, no matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020, largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis. And people feeling really endangered and their health is on the line and they just need someone normal and sensible back in the White House. And then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Okay.
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
The far
voter
left?
base. Well, by
Is not
Democratic Party
supporting a
standards.
genocide as
By
far
Democratic-
left?
By Democrat.
She's such a pervert. She's such a debate pervert. I'm sorry. You think I'm talking about the far left? Obviously, you've been talking about the far left. What are you talking about? Why does she play these games? Oh, I'm sorry. Is not supporting genocide? Is that supposed to be far left? Actually, that's centrist. It's like she's so. Like, yeah, Contra is too pure and too nice to be having a conversation with this pervert.
Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I
isn't
mean,
that quite the admission?
Oh my God! Did you just say?
Right, Democratic
is it-
Party of something like ending a
Oh,
genocide
do you
is
see what you
considered to be
just did
far
there,
left.
Contra? Do you see? I got you. I trapped you.
Issue, but you've said. I mean, so
Medicare for all, raising the
suggested
minimum
that-
wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But like,
It's populist. It's
your
centrist
position seems to
politics.
be-
Oh my God.
Your position seems to be that like there's this sort of like available,
I hate that
untapped
word.
voter base that will manifest if the Democrats, run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
Well,
In
you
2016
refuse to acknowledge the
2020.
riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You
see,
refuse to acknowledge- so I don't know what
that
to
is your
tell you.
position, that the primaries are rigged. But I just
Well, it's
feel
not
that
my
you're-
position.
I
It's
feel
the people who
argument-
rigged the primaries position. They were openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the
She's
argument that
insufferable.
the primaries are rigged is like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to the level where
She's
I feel like
actually insufferable.
rigged is an appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? I frankly, I used the phrase "finger on the scale" when I first brought this up in our conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't need to use the term. I mean, if
Right.
that is just a semantic issue, then
so,
we don't
like,
have to use that word.
Like, okay, so like again, to go back to 2020, like, okay, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of like of center left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden gets all of the voters available to that. That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate Bernie Sanders had. If there were just simply more voters for the progressive candidate
Yes.
than there were for the center left candidate.
There you
That
go.
turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I think, there's a few things that happen. As you are aware, many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections.
Oh my
and it
God,
tends to be
dude.
more plugged in, conventional media, mainstream media, watching folks who
Like any point that Contra makes to, undermine the claims that Briahna Joy Gray is saying, like, she just finds some way to change the rules or change the conditions so that it no longer applies. And it's just stupid things that, like, yeah, you're right. Bernie would have won if he had more support. And you do need to have more support. But as you well know, Like, not a lot of people vote in the primaries. It's like, who gives a fuck? What the fuck? Why is that even relevant? Who cares? How does, like, well, yeah, I understand your point, Natalie, but here's why it actually doesn't count. And then you just like, it's such slippery logic that she has. It's just everything is just so flexible. Like, she'll always find a way, no matter how ridiculous her logic is, she'll always find a way to be like, well, actually, Contra, what you just said is actually not true. And it's just absurd. It's just really absurd.
We're tuned into their MSNBC every day. And exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But this,
I mean, in terms of
this is a problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy, or
like, why does that need to be explained? Like, listen to what Contra just said. It's so straightforward. She's like, what do you mean? So like, just a really straightforward thing. Like, maybe Briahna's like stalling for time to come up with like, oh fuck, I need to come up with my slippery logic here.
But this,
I mean, in terms of the head-to-head polls
this
with
is
Trump.
a problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay,
right?
now we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy, or to
well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Yes, but now let me introduce a new thing to basically like. Yes, but it happened on the third Tuesday of February, which, as we all know, just statistically, that's just never been good for progressive. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. She'll come up with anything to like. Oh my goodness! You guys said she went to Yale or Harvard. There's no way this person is an Ivy League educated person. It's so much silliness packed into one human being. Bueller with $5. Briahna Joy Gray was definitely that kid that said, "I'm not even playing," when you find them in hide and seek. Literally, yes. I see what you're. Yes.
South Carolina, or whatever we think is the condition that Bernie would have to meet to win.
The problem of how to overcome the media, and I don't want to overstate, I really want to say like $70 million worth of.
I don't want to overstate the role that the media plays in primaries, but how could Bernie have won with that media? I mean, come on. It's like, I don't want to blame the media for Bernie's loss, but we all know it was the media's fault.
Media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Like, Bernie fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no bearing on the outcome of the general election, right? What to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is demonstrating that despite the overwhelming control of the media by these corporate interests that are now explicitly owned by.
Mind you, we're talking about Bernie's 2020 primary loss. Like, that's how you know that Contra's making some really good points that she's having trouble contending with. Because this is supposed to be a response to a point made about the 2020 primary. And now we're like, she's talking about how, well, the Zionist media, like, what are you going to do? It's like, she's like pivoting to Israel now. It's just so pathetic and stupid.
Zionist in too many outlets, in too many forms that I could count, that it hasn't managed to keep a grip on public opinion. So it's a really interesting thing that we're seeing right now, that for the first time, there's some kind of messaging that has overcome the media. That being said,
wait a second,
it's going to be a longer term struggle for folks like Bernie Sanders.
Bro, I think in her flailing, she kind of landed on a point that obviously helps Natalie's point. She pivoted to like Israel and the media, and then maybe had a stream of consciousness, and it was like, and then realized that she walked down a path that didn't really help her. It was like, well, it's kind of interesting that even though the media is in the tank for the Zionists and like the Zionists control the media, even though that's happening, like 80% of the country is against Israel. But here's why it's different for Bernie. I mean, like, she just like what she said just completely supported what Contrapoints was just saying, which is like, if you have like the media, obviously the media has some degree of control, or obviously like private money interests have some degree of control, but you know, at the end of the day, like the messaging can overcome these kinds of like advantages. And it oftentimes does.
Sanders working within the Democratic Party, especially to figure out how not just to overcome the party's messaging, but the fact that they will never be able to be seen. I mean, right now, Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for governor. It's a first to past the post system, right? So it's not like a spoiler argument. It's a jungle primary. You had all the Democrats, the top 3 Democrats before Swalwell dropped out, polling at 10%. You had the Green Party candidate polling at 5%, and the Democratic Party sued to get him off the ballot because God forbid he actually participate in a debate. And the people of California, ostensibly our most liberal state who would be open to something like this, actually hear someone who supports Medicare for all in Gaza. But they simply undemocratically sue to get you off the ballot to preclude Americans from even finding out about you. I heard you tell Joshua Citarella that you think there's something kind of masculine and sort of like man-coded about the antipathy toward the Democrats and people like Hillary Clinton, and the kind of drive to be contrarian and vote green and what have you, which I, as one of the country's most famously hated Green Party voters, I took some issue to that, especially
That's
since
true.
I voted for very much.
I do hate you. I do really fucking hate you.
Turner is also a famously hated Green Party voter, and Susan Sarandon is a famously hated Green Party voter.
I hate them too. Yeah.
Green Party is also somewhat feminine coded. I would agree with that because I mean, even the concept of a Green Party as being sort of initially like an environmentalist party, environmentalism is a feminine coded issue, right? So that's not necessarily who I was talking about. I guess, sorry, I still am tempted to bring this around because it does seem like, so it seems like when a center-left candidate like Kamala Harris loses a general election, you seem to place all the blame for it on them. When a more progressive candidate like Bernie Sanders loses a primary, you blame the media. Like, why isn't it not also sort of Bernie Sanders' fault for not, why is it not also sort of the media's fault for Kamala? Because I mean, the media did also obsessively focus on Joe Biden.
Well,
all kinds of things that you could say about it.
Okay, a couple of things. It's different when the media lies versus when the media tells the truth. And what the media, in fact, did with Joe Biden is run cover for him when he was in a clear state of decline going back to 2019.
Well, yes, the media was also against Biden, but they were being truthful about him being literally demented. And when they were talking about Bernie, all of that was lies. So, she is, my God, she might be even slippier. You know what? I think they're equal. I think she is just as slippery as Taylor Lorenz. Like, they're neck and neck. Like, you have to be really, I think, sharp when you have a conversation with her. Because, I mean, she just has, like, she's got an out for fucking everything. Does it have to make sense? Nope. Just bombard your interlocutor with just nonsensical whatever and just, like, basically exhaust your opponent.
Right? So, if anything, the media
fairly extensive media coverage of Biden's declining health in the years up to 2024.
I am not one to want to promote Jake Tapper in any way, shape, or form, but co-written by my neighbor at the wall behind me, Alex Thompson, there's an entire book about the media cover-up of Joe Biden's senility. And I remember covering this on Rising. It was very frustrating that every time that Joe Biden did something that was obviously reflective of his lapsing competence, mixing up the names of foreign leaders, walking out the wrong door, tripping all over the place, having these falls, that it was attributed to being a right-wing conspiracy theory. That was the actual language used.
No, it's not just women. Like, Hassan is definitely like similarly slippery. But Hassan's slipperiness, like his arguments are even dumber. His arguments are even more nonsensical and contradictory and stupid. So if anything, I hate men more, to be honest.
That you were using, you were dealing with right-wing conspiracy theory.
In the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah, in Democratic media with Democratic figures on Democratic media talking about Biden's senility. And in fact, going back to 2019, I'm sorry, listeners to the show, you've heard me say this a million times, but on the debate stage, rising stars Cory Booker and Julian Castro had the temerity to point out that Joe Biden seemed not to remember what he had just been talking about on the debate stage in 2019. And when they called that out, Castro called it out on stage, and then they both said something about it in the spin room afterward. You didn't hear from either of them for another 4 years. And you still haven't heard from Castro. I don't know where he's, and these were rising stars in the Democratic Party. These were going to be our Gen X president.
You haven't heard from Cory Booker since 2020? What? Julian Castro he doesn't even serve in the Congress anymore, does he? I'm not even sure he still sits in that seat. But like, yeah, as soon as they called out Joe Biden for getting something convenient, the media all of a sudden so now there's like a conspiracy with the media where they punished Cory Booker. My God, you guys.
Presidents.
Yeah.
And now we're skipping them.
No.
You get punished. And
then Natalie, I think, is just like, I genuinely think it's like Mockler. It's like the second half of the Mockler debate where it's like you're so fucking exhausted trying to follow all these disparate, nonsensical, completely irrelevant like threads that she's weaving. And you're just like, eventually you're just like, okay, yeah. And so you just concede the shit that they say, but it's like, did you really just say we haven't heard from Cory Booker since 2020? Do you realize how fucking stupid that is?
Observed. I mean, like, I'm not sitting here obviously rooting for Cory Booker or anything, but the fact that the Democratic Party would sideline, and this is conjecture here, this is just my observation, but seemingly that there would be more consequences for calling out Joe Biden's senility at a time when it could have been avoided as
what are you talking?
Than there is for actually being the senile person who puts America in the position of a second Donald Trump term. Strikes me.
Don't concede that. Don't concede that.
I agree with you that a lot of blame for this does rest with the Democrats. Like, I am not conspiracist about why Democrats lose elections. Like, I don't think there is a conspiracy necessarily against Joe Biden. I mean, but it seems like it does seem like
the exasperated sighs are
why Bernie Sanders can't win.
I understand. I get it.
No. To be clear, I don't think that Bernie can't win. And I think that he should have anticipated what was going to happen, that there was going to be coordination. That was something that was anticipated, that they were going to try to leverage the black vote against him and use South Carolina the way they did. All of that should have been anticipated. But it is also fair to acknowledge that is an extremely anticipated all day and night. And it's an extremely high barrier that he had to overcome, that a candidate that was not a threat to the healthcare industry.
Yes, Bernie, he has to, the job is to get the voter support, but it was harder for him. It was actually harder for him to do that. So, can you really blame him in the same way that you can blame every establishment Democrat or whatever?
The private insurance industry, the weapons manufacturing industry, the oil and gas industry, et cetera, would not have had to face.
On some level, I think that's true.
You see, do you understand? I actually think Contra's doing a pretty decent job in this moment to not let her bombard. She's choosing not to fight on all these little things, which some of the things I would definitely push back on. Maybe if I was having a conversation with Briahna Joy Gray, I wouldn't be able to help myself. But I think isn't the point of what she's doing to distract? To just delay, draw the conversation out, distract, get Contra to kind of move away from her original sort of ideas that she was trying to impress. And then now you're fighting on this other thing that just doesn't even matter. And so I think it's good that Contra is pausing, thinking about what she just heard. And then in this moment, she's recentering the conversation appropriately. She's going back to her point instead of following Briahna Joy Gray down these fucking ridiculous points.
On some level, I think that's true. On some level, some of it also just simply the product of Bernie Sanders having been a party, an outsider to the party, having been an independent in Vermont. I mean, I just think that there's a limit to how much of this you can attribute to that when it is ultimately the popular vote that he is unable to win. I mean, you can blame it on media bias to a certain extent, perhaps, but
that's the whole point of the quote unquote rigging of the first election, that it's not the popular vote, that the delegate counts were rigged, that he won every county in West Virginia and didn't get any of those delegates. I mean, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the rigging. That it was not a popular vote issue. And moreover, if we wanted popular vote Democratic reforms, you would do things like support ranked choice voting so that the spoiler candidate issue that frequently causes people not to
have a separate issue
because they think he's quote unquote unelectable would no longer be at play.
Well,
but Democrats oppose ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
And when it's passed by ballot measure, I think in Maine it was passed some years back, Democrats work to overturn it against the popular will because they know that it's a threat to vote blue no matter who, which is the only way they ever get any support, given that they won't support popular policies.
I mean, I support ranked choice voting. I mean, I would love to get rid of
glad.
this predicament that we're in, right? But like, I just, at the end of the day, we're having like a debate between the losers, and we're stuck with Donald Trump. I mean,
Well,
that's like, to me,
I don't
the
see us
devastating
as
outcome
being
of
at the
this.
end of history. We're not at
Yeah.
the end of history, but I think, frankly, it's funny. It's funny that like the left gets characterized as like nihilistic. You've characterized yourself as nihilistic or despondent, or both
Yeah,
here and in
that's right.
your recent chat with Joshua Citarella. And every time you said that, I would kind of smile because, I don't see myself that way. And in
Yeah.
fact, you are kind of claiming the term pragmatism. I see myself as a pragmatist.
What?
Pragmatist insofar as not kicking Lucy's football again is the pragmatic choice. And you can say to me, well, how do you know there's another football to kick? Well, I don't. Truthfully,
But
I
isn't-
don't.
I mean, isn't
but I
that-
know that kicking,
how
that
is
Lucy is
voting-
going to pull it.
How is voting for third party not its own kind of kicking Lucy's football again? Like, again, like if since like Ralph Nader and Y2K, like voting third party has sort of failed to shift the Democratic Party to the left. It's failed to
Right.
and disintegrate the Democratic Party.
Here's
It's
why.
failed to,
But
certainly failed to elect anyone. Right.
Here's
What is the
why.
goal?
I hear you asking that question, and
I
I have
don't
not
understand what the goal
responded
is.
to
I
it.
honestly
I
understand
haven't
the-
responded to it as specifically as I should have. So let me do that. It is not enough to simply divest from the Democratic Party or to vote third party and to not frame the reason as why. To stay home. That's not sufficient. Here's why. Democrats, part of the Democratic Party propaganda is to characterize non-voters and Green Party voters in such a way as to insulate themselves from having to be responsive to those voters and moving in the direction of those voters and get away from the direction.
This is pure projection right now. Pure projection, because their whole thing is like insulating themselves against any responsibility for lost elections, which is the last like 45 minutes. That's what this has been about. Like it's kind of astonishing that they got stuck on this for 45 minutes, where it's like Contra is just getting her to just trying to get her to acknowledge that don't these progressive candidates have like some responsibility to convince voters, to convince primary voters, and like she just found about 20 different reasons for why it doesn't apply to them at all, really.
Of their donor base, right? So this is the whole thing we're talking about with uncommitted and the obviousness of the role of Gaza and why they won't release probably the DNC autopsy report.
Wrong.
This has been the case since a long time before Gaza. If the public were to wake up to the fact that elections are winnable, and in fact are winnable by FDR numbers where you're winning every single state by Democrats, but that the Democrats are declining
Seems
to do
like a
so,
bold.
that's a crisis for the credibility of the party as a whole, right? So what they do historically is to say they vilify Green Party voters. They say Jill Stein's a Putinist. They vilify national heroes like Ralph Nader, who saved so many lives with his consumer advocacy around the seatbelt and car safety and all of those kinds of things. They make these people into a pariah. You get people like Mehdi Hassan and like I remember Samantha Bee in 2016, a week out from the election, doing weird screeds against Green Party. AOC did it this last time around. Weird, unasked for screeds against to smear Green Partiers, as opposed to trying to win votes and talking about why Kamala was actually good.
I mean,
and this is why.
aren't you just describing
go ahead.
campaigning? Doing hits against your electoral opponents is part of campaigning, right? And like you certainly
No.
do hits against more mainstream Democrats, right?
No, I think campaigning is more than that. Talking about why you're electable.
It is more than that. But
This
part
came
of
up in
campaigning
your.
is to argue why your opponents
This came up in
are
your
not
conversation
the
with
better choice.
with Joshua. And I think it was really
Obviously.
interesting because you were talking about like the right wing online influence machine versus the left influence machine, and like why does the right have more influence? Why are they more persuasive? And you've brought up in this conversation a couple of times like why is Trump more persuasive? And how like you have been doing counter programming for all of these years, right? But that you are sort of. And you're increasingly pessimistic about sort of the reach of that counter programming because, a lie goes around the world twice before the truth gets out of the door or whatever. There was a word, a name that you used to describe this phenomenon started with a B that I can't remember.
Brandolini's law.
Brandolini's law. Okay,
Right, that, like,
because of Brandolini's law.
It takes like 10 times the effort to debunk bullshit than it does to generate it.
Exactly. And I was listening to that part of the conversation with interest because my belief, and that's just, my belief, is that is true, but that the way you counter the OG programming is with your own OG programming. You have to change the conversation and shift it to territory that is more advantageous to you. So I agree with you that the Democrats are sort of fighting an uphill battle when they say, no, really, I'm the better candidate on immigration, because you're fighting immigration is the right issue and the rights issue, and they are trusted more on immigration than Democrats. Same with trans issues, saying, no, actually, I'm going to throw trans people under the bus. One, it's a more
Who the fuck
no
is
one's going to believe you. So like,
How did you not throw
in that sandbox
trans people under the bus by letting Donald Trump win?
Redefine the conversation around things that people care about even more than whether one of 5 trans middle schoolers gets to play on the girls' soccer team. You have to talk about something like, I don't know, Medicare for all, which is an overwhelmingly popular issue, right? And so I think that all of this stuff in the electability is dovetailing together. It's Democrats are playing in these cultural sandboxes where they're going to lose precisely. They know that they're kind of losing on trans stuff. They know that they're not going to convince anybody that they're better on, quote unquote, better on immigration than Republicans, but they won't take the easy layup that's right there. And why? Why, Natalie, would a Democratic
Because they want to lose.
Medicare for all is an 88% issue with
Because they want to lose,
and a 49%
don't you
issue
know?
with Republican voters and a 60-something% issue with independents, not run hard on the most popular issue in America.
Because actually, they secretly want to lose.
Pandemic. Why not?
Well, because, if it's such a slam dunk, I just don't understand why. I just going to keep going back to, why does Bernie Sanders not win Democratic primaries?
But that's not even the right question.
They're just stuck here because you can't really move forward in the conversation. Briahna Joy Gray says, we keep telling the Democrats to do all these things that we want them to do, and then they'll win every election. And then Contra's like, well, if that was true, that these policies are really so sought after by the voters, then how come Bernie and his type of candidates aren't winning more elections? And then, of course, we go round and round on like, well, it's rigged. Well, I don't actually think it's rigged. And then it's just like that. It's just this is like seemingly a 2.5 hour conversation about nothing. Like there's no way for them to move forward. You can't like, where do you go in a conversation like this? It's pretty difficult, right?
Natalie, the question is, why did Bernie Sanders manage to come out of an obscurity and be a front runner in 2 back-to-back elections in the first place?
He was not.
The
evidence is not that he lost. The miracle is that he almost won. And frankly, the miracle is that he managed to out fundraise every other person in the race, even though they were taking money from billionaires.
But why is that a miracle if there's such like widespread popular support?
Because, well, it's not a miracle. It's evidence of the popular support is what I'm trying to argue. It's evidence of the fact that there is, in fact, this unwhetted appetite, this appealed to popular population of people who are waiting for someone they can vote affirmatively for instead of just hold their nose for. And the Democrats are saying, absolutely not. We will do anything and everything in our power to make sure someone like Bernie doesn't win.
That's what they're saying. They're saying they'd rather lose to Donald Trump than give everybody health care.
2028, though, I hope to be proven wrong.
So fucking stupid.
Well, we'll see. I guess again, like a lot of what you're saying are things that I think are like are completely within the realm of like reasonable debate to be had about like what democratic strategy ought to be. I guess it's just a little bit difficult for me to take when it comes from someone who does not support the Democrats in the elections anyway.
Well, I'm not the only one making this argument. Chris Hedges makes this argument.
Well, that's not really an argument.
Cornel West makes this argument.
Right.
Now she's really flailing. Well, I'm not the only one saying this.
Argument, although he's still,
who cares?
On the most part, pretty down.
Like, Contra's not the only one making her argument. Like it doesn't matter. Who cares? Well, you're not
people, right? I guess again, I think these are like there are reasonable arguments to be had here, but I just think that it feels like slightly disingenuous to me to be being like, oh, here's what Democrats have to do to win. Here's what Democrats have to do to win. When also spending at the same time a bunch of effort on making sure that Democrats don't win to whatever.
No, Democrats could put egg on my face tomorrow. I dare Democrats humiliate me, embarrass me, prove me wrong, just
getting kinky.
My priors. make me look like the biggest fool and the wrongest person in the world by getting behind a populist left candidate in 2028.
Well, we'll
Prove
see.
me wrong.
We'll see. I mean, it's up to primary voters. It just is.
I would love to. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not. Because by your own admission, we haven't had a primary in at least 8 years. And
that's not what she. I don't think that's what she said.
We had a primary in 2020.
I mean, we had a primary in 20.
We did. I'm sorry, we did. You were in.
We didn't have a primary in 2020? Like, what? What? Excuse me? What does that even mean? We didn't have a primary in 2020?
Unfortunately, it's not. Because by your own admission, we haven't had a primary in at least 8 years. And I would argue.
She never said that.
I would argue since
2020. We had a primary in 2020.
All right.
Wow. She's such a debate pervert that doesn't actually care about having a real conversation. Like, she's just always like, how can I dunk on my person? How can I dunk on her? Oh, wait, she might be dunking on me right now. Let me fucking come up with some ridiculous bullshit that I can hide with esoteric language. It's just so silly. The whole thing is so profoundly silly.
We did. I'm sorry, we did. You were in denial.
If you say so. I mean, if you say so, we had a. Oh, you think it's cute? You think we had a primary in 2020? Really? Like, who is even making that argument that we didn't have a primary in 2020?
About this,
Okay, that was 6 years ago.
God,
so at least 6 years.
I agree.
This person is just.
I agree that 2024 was a catastrophe in a number of ways. I do think it would have been better with a primary.
So just to be clear, Natalie, you think it's normal? You think it's like
she's about to straw man the shit out of her.
Biden doesn't win Iowa. He comes like 4th or 5th in New Hampshire. He loses Nevada, like 3rd or 4th place. And Bernie wins arguably all of those, although the Iowa contested, blah, blah, blah. You think that
Iowa's not contested, for the record.
And then Biden wins one state. Others have been doing better than everyone's been doing better than Biden.
It's not about like the current delegate tally. It's about the path forward. This is such an easy concept to understand. Like, well, Bernie had like 50 more delegates than he did. It's like, well, it's not about like that. It's about the path forward. So what is what are the states that are coming up, and how is Biden polling in those states? And like, it was completely defensible. It was like logical for Biden to be, to be the one that they would consolidate around with his path forward. And, with the kind of institutional support he had, the kind of support he had from like the voters themselves. But she's like making it about like turning something completely anodyne into something like nefarious. And it's just stupid.
Wins one state. It's a red state that has absolutely no bearing on his electability writ large. And the media hails him as the inevitable winner. And
the easiest way to trigger online lefties is to tell them that they have to convince voters to support them in the primary. They will get so triggered every time. Oh, you think it's cute? Oh, you think we even have primaries? That's cute. I remember when I thought like you.
Subsequently, all of the candidates who had been performing better than him up until that point in those 3 subsequent primaries drop out.
Who cares?
That doesn't strike you as a sort of coordinated prioritization?
It was coordinated.
Could you be like
stopping Bernie?
Could you?
Yes, it was coordinated. What the fuck? Of course it was coordinated. And like, what do you mean? What's the issue there? Like, you have to coordinate if you're building a political coalition that necessarily involves coordination, like maybe that's why your candidates don't win as much, because apparently you're befuddled by the concept of coordinating with people. Bezin, thank you so much for 14 months. Appreciate it.
Could you be specific about what it is that you're implying?
I'm saying very expressly, in a way that has been reported out and is not even conjecture at this time, that the Democratic Party decided, Barack Obama picked up a phone, told everybody else to drop out of the race and coalesce behind Biden to stop Bernie from winning. This is not...
So to be clear, I think both Klobuchar and Pete dispute that. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but yeah.
This is like at this point, this is so far from the realm of conspiracy theory.
The strategy would not work if Bernie had the capacity to win over a center left candidate without that vote being split.
I agree, but that's not the exact question that I'm asking. Now we're litigating the quote unquote riggedness of the primary.
Yes, that we are.
Right, because we're in this little bit of a conversation about how long has it been since we've had a real primary where because you're saying that the voters get to decide, that the primary voters
I think that's a
fundamentally
real
decide.
primary. I mean, like,
Okay.
Again, candidates are entitled to maneuver
even
and
with
try to drop out. And
overwhelming-
it's fairly normal behavior for
it is.
rival candidates to at some point drop out and support.
Yes, it is.
I mean, again, candidates who are more aligned will tend to.
So candidates that are doing better than their
Yeah.
other candidates
It's
to
not-
drop out and support a poorer performing candidate. You think that's a regular course of action? That's like a normal thing.
Why do you think
in
that
a democracy?
Why do you think that candidates who are doing better would drop out if they didn't
Because
think that Biden had a better
they're
good
promised
odds?
Secretary of Transportation,
Okay. But
and they got it.
But Biden did win, right?
And they're promised support from the Democratic Party when they run for election in the next cycle, which Pete Buttigieg
Even if we accepted all that, and
he's going to be the chosen one.
even if we accepted all that,
Played ball.
and
just like
like
interviewed
so what?
I just
You know,
interviewed a congressional candidate who's running against Richie Torres.
you mean a politician made a deal with another politician that was mutually beneficial? Surely no. Surely that's never happened in politics. Where you're telling me that two politicians got together and they agreed that one would help the other and then the other would help the other one. This is blowing my mind. I had no idea that this happened in politics.
Who says that one of the big Democratic
That is like
him and said exactly that.
That is literally like the most essential part of politics. Like that is at the heart of politics. That is, everything springs from that concept. You know what I mean? It is the most distilled, pure essence of politics. It's like transactional relationships and working together to help each other accomplish both of your goals. Like that's just the nature of politics.
That you're very promising, we'll support you in an election down the line, but can you drop out so we can coalesce behind the moderate candidate in this race? This is
what is so you're saying this is not like all kinds of maneuvering goes on in any kind of election, but you're saying this is not a real primary. I mean, what to you
is
does
that
a real
democracy?
primary? What does a real primary look like?
Is that a democratic choice being made by the electorate?
Yes.
A transparent democratic choice that is being presented to the electorate? Or is it a skewed choice that is being skewed by not just the media, but by the Democratic Party, who
what does that mean?
That it has a right to rig its own primaries.
Well, rig in what sense?
That's what they argued in 2016.
That's
that
not.
They had no obligation to hold a fair contest, that they were allowed to get behind candidates, that they did in fact get behind Hillary Clinton, and that there were no.
Well, that's not what they were saying they did. They were I think like there was one part where they clarified that, like, yes, technically like a political party can just like decide, party leadership or whatever, like they can just decide to, with their that's kind of the function of the super delegates. Like they were that was introduced to basically, safeguard the nomination against like a con man or like, I don't know, like somebody who was like whatever. But yes, like functionally they could do that if they wanted to, but they weren't saying like we stole the election. That's not what they said in that court in 2016.
Under no obligation to do otherwise.
But getting behind Hillary Clinton does not. Again, voters still have the opportunity, have the capacity to vote against Hillary Clinton. Right? She won the popular vote by 3 million votes in the 2016 primary.
I think we're going round and round here. I don't know that I'm
going to limit to how much.
I don't know that I'm gonna be able to persuade you of this. I would just say that I would hope that knowing that Bernie.
No, I don't think you're going to be able to persuade Contra that primary voters, their vote determines who becomes the nominee. So I don't think you're going to be able to persuade Contra that that's not just like self-evidently true.
In every single poll was in no risk, never at any point at any risk to losing to Donald Trump, knowing what a threat Donald Trump was likely to be and has proven to be. I personally would have a lot more irritation for Hillary Clinton for promoting Trump as a Pied Piper candidate, which we learned from the Podesta emails. And I would have a lot of ire for the Democratic Party, who looked at those polls, knew that Hillary Clinton was a risk case, and got behind her at the same time. And I would have a lot of frustration for the liberal media, which pretended like Hillary Clinton was the more electable candidate, than I would for leftists who allegedly don't want power. don't want to wield power.
Well, I have no grudge whatsoever against people who voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. Like,
But you do
I supported
have-
Bernie
you do
Sanders in the
have-
2020 primary.
But let's talk about this.
That is what I think progressives should do, to be clear. I think progressives should rally around progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay, and when we feel like that candidate never had a fair shot because
Fuck
the
your
primary
feelings.
was rigged, or we just didn't have a
Like,
primary
actually,
at all.
fuck your feelings.
I just,
What-
I feel
what
I
should
feel
we
it's like
do then?
rigged framing as sort of avoidant.
Okay,
Like,
but
it's like
let's talk about
like-
2024. You acknowledged that there was no primary in 2024,
That's right.
and Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump.
That's right.
And yet you still seem to be placing blame on primary voters in 2024 as opposed to fully placing the blame
No.
on Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party for running a race without a primary that ignored the
know.
will of the constituents.
I do not place, of course, I'm not placing blame on voters for a 24 primary that effectively did not happen. My blame for the 2024 election is, okay, one, on Biden/Harris for not running a better campaign, Biden for not dropping out earlier, and two, on people not voting for them.
This is happening
in
with the tier
general
one membership.
election,
Thank you.
Right. I mean, those are the two groups of people who are responsible for this. Well, and also,
You
of
still
course,
do blame
yeah.
people for not voting for them, even though they never had an
Yes.
opportunity.
Like, literally, of course. What do you mean? Like, if a group of 20 people are on a like mountain vista and they push a giant boulder down a hill and then the boulder smashes into a car and like kills a family, I'm going to blame everybody that put their hand on that boulder to push the fucking boulder down the hill. So if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, of course I'm blaming you for his victory. If you took an action that helped Donald Trump win the election, of course you're partly responsible for that outcome. She's like, really? You blame the voters? You think the voters did this? It's like, well, yeah, of course that's what happened. How do you think he won the election? It's not like some algorithm determined that he won. It's just like that the voters, oh my God.
Opportunity to
election. Biden/Harris for not running a better campaign, Biden for not dropping out earlier, and two, on people not voting for them in the general election, right? I mean those are the two groups of people who are responsible for this. Well, and also,
you
of
still
course,
do blame
yeah.
people for not voting for them, even though they never had an
Yes.
opportunity to choose the candidate. In
I blame them for not voting for them in the election, in the general presidential election against Donald Trump.
Even though they had
Yes.
no say over who their candidate was going to be in the general.
Correct.
Yes, I mean I think that
That is accurate. Yes.
That was
Correct.
She was selected by Biden, who was selected in the 2020 primary.
Undemocratically, that
And the
had no
2024
say.
primary, but we're just
The
skipping
vice
that part.
president is not somebody that we voted on. They were, on the ticket,
the thing is,
obviously, but that is not.
This is how the system works. If we don't like the system, okay, we can talk about maybe how we ought to change it.
Well,
But this
that's
was
what I'm doing.
Like, this was a situation that we were presented with in 2024, and people chose not to vote for Kamala Harris, and now we have Donald Trump and all the consequences of that.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I
we
think,
had
I think
that-
the blame for that is
You're-
widely distributed, but I
It's
don't
not that-
understand
Natalie,
why
Yes.
widely
opposition
distributed.
to Kamala Harris
Yes.
has helped this. Like when I don't know, the world and the country are just demonstrably much worse as a result of Kamala Harris losing.
Natalie, there's a party that had what was the number again? Like $1 billion spent in the 107 days of Kamala's candidacy. There is the DNC is an apparatus with hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, thousands, tens of thousands of people on the payroll, think tanks, former presidents, world leaders, all of this at their disposal.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
They can run polls that Green Party candidates only dream of knowing in terms of having voter information. They have networks of door knocking and voter action.
Chat, is this Death Stranding
email
too?
list.
It is.
All the power in the world. And to collapse that power.
Arguably the greatest video game of all time.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voters scattered across the country or concentrated in certain must-win swing states who were horrified by the fact that Kamala Harris couldn't even distance herself from a genocide where every day you had to open your TikTok and see children without heads and hanging from their limbs and starving to death in Gaza.
Oh man, she's She's leaving it all on the court here, guys. Just hit her with the fucking salvo. Genocide, 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 genocide. Just hellfire missile of genocide, live stream genocide, live stream genocide.
And to say the blame is widely distributed. And
How
not
dare you?
Squarely on the people in power? I think that's what's.
How dare you question my morals when I'm talking about a genocide and dead kids? And you want to question my morals? Like, it's just so, whew. You know, what are they called? Human shields? She's doing human shields right now. She's just, we've reached, and I'm sure that Natalie knew that this moment was coming, you know, like, because this is just always what they do. Like, they think they can just shut down any conversation about accountability and responsibility by just appealing to Gaza. And it's just so cynical and, transparent.
The left doesn't want power. The left wants to endlessly critique power. I want to critique, yes, I want to critique those in power who aren't wielding it, whether they're centrist Democrats or they're someone like AOC.
But the consequence of this has been that not only does the genocide continue, right, and avenues towards mitigating the worst effects of it are closed off, and we've also handed Donald Trump access to a nuclear arsenal so that he can go on social media and issue apocalyptic genocidal threats where the whole civilization will die tonight. Like, I don't understand how this improves the situation. It seems to me that it makes it even worse.
Okay, let's break that down. It is not intended to improve the situation because I, as a voter, don't have the power to improve the situation.
I just, you know, God, just the sad state of affairs here.
I have.
Well, you do have the power to improve.
No, I don't.
Yes,
it's called voting.
One candidate that's pro-genocide or the other candidate that's pro-genocide.
So if you're a single issue Palestine voter,
yes.
Which are you?
If I am. No, frankly, because I didn't vote for Joe Biden in 2020, obviously. Because if anything, I'm a single issue. Give me health care. We're in the richest country in the history of the world voter. And I know it's very uncool to still care about.
Okay. Well, Joe Biden massively expanded Medicaid subsidies with the IRA and the ARP. Donald Trump massively cut Medicaid on the order of 11 million people. Okay, so if your single issue is healthcare, I think you have an even worse argument.
Medicare for all. It's very uncool. That's like a regret, like a chuggy issue from 2016. But I'm sorry, my values and my morals aren't trending like a Twitter topic. I'm deeply invested in that. I'm sorry, I'm getting angry, but not at you.
But your actions don't correspond with your stated morals. If your stated morals are about you want government to give people more health care, essentially, but your actions influence an outcome that is worse on healthcare, then what you're describing is a disconnect that is very difficult to understand. I should say it's impossible to reconcile. These are just glaring contradictions, you know, like what good are your morals? I don't, who gives a fuck? Like, I don't understand what your morals are if you're like, okay, I'm going to help the guy who cut Medicaid for 11 million people. Like that just kind of doesn't really follow.
Getting angry at the world.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all angry.
You know, and I think, and frankly, as a black person,
oh God,
having George Floyd in the Black Lives Matter.
You can't do that though. You're talking to a trans person. You can't do that. There's nobody more marginalized than trans people in this country. That's not going to work on Contra. She's got you on that one. There's no way you can fucking guilt her into that one. Maybe if you're like a fucking straight white guy having the conversation, you're like, oh, fuck, well, I guess I got to nod my head to that one, you know, like,
having been such a big part of 2020 that got immediately erased because it was supposed to be sublimated in order to get Joe Biden to win. And as someone who sits in a country who has the world's largest prison population, not per capita, but absolutely, and modern day slavery, yeah, I'm mad about a lot of stuff. And for all of those reasons, those are my litmus tests.
She's really leaving it all on the court this time, Nana. Like, Tyla's with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
And I wrote an article in Defense of Litmus Test in 2020 that holds up pretty good. But I also am very glad that the rest of the world seems to have come along to what their bright line is, which is way farther to the right than my bright line. But I'm glad they got there, and it's genocide. I'm glad we can all agree that genocide is a bright line. The whole country and the whole world agreed upon this. The only people who didn't were...
Like, Natalie already accepts this framing. Like, that is well established in this conversation, that Natalie accepts this framing. And she's asking the question, if your red line was Gaza, then how did Donald Trump winning make that situation better than what would have happened if Kamala was president? Like, should you not still like evaluate, like, the way she reduces it to a fucking absurd analogy? It's like, well, it's like telling someone whose house burned down a single time they can vote for the person who burned their house down, or they can vote for the person who burned their house down twice. You know, like, she like reduces it to these really crude analogies that are just kind of just don't really make any sense.
Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, and of course the Republican Party as well. But the lane is wide open, so wide open that Tucker Carlson's running through it.
Oh my God.
There's a significant likelihood that Tucker Carlson's going to be the next president of the United States of America, because the Democrats,
I don't. Okay, well,
Israel critical
that's a
lane
take.
is so wide open that he's sprinting through it, making New York Times reporters look like fools. Did you watch some of that interview?
I did, yeah.
It's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or
by
who,
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire and we're having these talks and they're going great. And we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up the Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations, and they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like, we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
What did you make of it?
Well, the thing is, like, Tucker Carlson I see as the populist moment, but he's a very sinister figure to me, right? Because I feel that he's, this is a person who spent like 10 years ranting about white genocide on Fox News. Like, okay, now he's realized that like, oh, there's this, there's an audience to be had for being anti-Israel. Well, that is savvy in many respects. He's noticed the direction of the wind, but he's going to use it to the worst possible end.
Of course he is.
Yeah. So I guess what I just can't stop coming back to is like, for every like proposed protest vote or for every all the effort spent criticizing Democrats, like, but ultimately to what end? If the end is that Donald Trump is the president or that Tucker Carlson is the president and the country sinks deeper into a fascist nightmare, then I consider this not to have been effective or worth it.
So Natalie, and I think you're right, that Tucker Carlson is opportunistic. Look, people are going to get mad at me for saying that. The point is that
wow, she knows her audience. That's crazy. She knows her audience. She was hesitant to criticize Tucker fucking Carlson on her platform because her audience would get mad at that. Isn't that kind of fucking insane? Like, holy fucking horseshoe. My God.
See between his interest in...
She picked up on that too. Oh, I'm so glad. She picked up on that too. Like, huh? Wait, hang on. What? Like, why do you care if people are mad that you're criticizing Tucker Carlson?
The country sinks deeper into a fascist nightmare, then I consider this not to have been effective or worth it.
So Natalie, and I think you're right, that Tucker Carlson is opportunistic. Look, people are going to get mad at me for saying that. The point is that there is an inconsistency between his interest in
That's
Muslim
the appropriate question. Wait, what?
Versus then. To which he's acknowledged and in some ways apologized for. He's apologized for cheerleading the war. That's neither here nor there, whether you think that's good faith or bad faith.
Interesting.
But the point is that there is a change that seems to be following the wind.
Oh my God.
And the wind is going in a very clear direction, and that nobody wants to support Israel, given what we've seen they're capable of in the last 2.5 years. You have identified that. I've identified that. Tucker Carlson has obviously identified that. Why then won't the Democratic Party do at least as well as Tucker Carlson?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that
What are we waiting for? Today's the day. Why are we saying?
Yeah, I mean, there are candidates there are people in the Democratic Party who take a much stronger anti-Israel stance than has ever been normal in American politics until recently. I mean, AOC,
as strong as Tucker's,
for example.
Tucker Carlson is to the left of AOC on Gaza in terms of rhetoric. I'm not
some kind of like horseshoe populism thing. Where it's
what
like,
does that mean,
like
horseshoe populism?
What do you think it means?
People on the far left and the far right.
No, I know what horseshoe theory is.
On hating Israel, but like hating Israel for what reasons? I mean,
because it's doing a genocide.
Yes.
Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news, Briahna, but there are a shitload of actual anti-Semites that are cynically jumping on this issue for their own kind of more nefarious, dare I say, genocidal purposes.
But is that really what Tucker Carlson is concerned about?
Well, I share your skepticism about what his long game is, but I'll tell you what he does.
I don't think you do.
At a level that no Democrat has yet described, on a platform bigger than any Democrat has. He has become, it pains me to say this, but it is true, the loudest, most eloquent, most passionate, and articulate critic of Israel and its genocide in the country. And that is a problem for anyone left of center.
Do you not worry that by upholding like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, for example, as these exemplars of like anti-Zionist being anti-Zionist champions by allowing people on the far right to take that, by giving them the credit of that rule. Don't you worry that this has a potential to kind of blur the leftist claim to anti-Zionism with a right-wing anti-Semitism?
You said it right the first time. First you said allowing, and then you said giving credit for. So let's go back to allowing. I'm not giving credit for anything. I'm ringing the warning bells loud that the Democrats are allowing, which is the word you used the first time, which is correct. They are allowing Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to be the best anti-Zionist voices and the most high platform anti-Zionist voices in the country. They're allowing it. And yes, I do think that's a problem.
I mean, but shouldn't left-wing anti-Zionists be eager to distance themselves from right-wing figures whose anti-Zionism is very likely to
You're not that close to Tucker Carlson, but you didn't want to like offend his obviously people in your viewer base now that seem to like Tucker Carlson.
It is possible. It's
I
possible.
I feel that is a significant risk.
Yeah, let's talk about that because you raised that as a concern with Joshua as well. That you anticipate a backlash of genuine anti-Semitism as opposed to just the anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism against Jews here and in the diaspora as a consequence of seeing so much carnage that's been inflicted by the Jewish state on the people of Palestine and now the greater region, Lebanon, Iran, etc.
Now I have this other worry, and this is where I've caused myself to become an arch villain of the online left recently, is I also worry that there'll be a backlash to that as well.
And backlash to what?
Well, a backlash to the visible spectacle of Israel's ethnic cleansing, which kind of, I think, has led many people to have an almost obsessive fixation on Israel and Zionism as like the great Satan, right? Which maybe I'm overactive in my anxiety about it, but maybe I'm not. I mean, I think that some people are going to want to retaliate for the hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up. That sort of worries me, not just for the victims of the retaliation, but for the continued like escalation of violence that it implies. I don't have an answer. I don't know what to do about it. It's just a thing I'm watching like a train wreck. In the same way that I think on October 7th, when that news came in, of course I was horrified by the attack itself and the victims of the attack, but also was overwhelmed by fear of what Israel was going to do next, which would likely be worse. Is how I felt at the time.
It has been.
And it has been. Yeah.
My problem with doing this show is that the topics that interest me are all of the most thorny topics that the online left gets extremely aggravated by.
Yeah.
So
good luck with that.
You got some pushback from that, right?
I've noticed.
What do you make of that? What do you think about that pushback?
Well, so my view is not that like, oh, we should all ignore that there's a genocide happening because it might cause people to be anti-Semitic. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think many people on the left sort of underestimate the risk, or not underestimate, but completely dismiss the possibility that there is some potential issue.
From the South Side with $5, you got gaslit by Diddy G into thinking you're smart. You run from pushback and cry about mean comments. Also, stop vaping. You're pregnant. Jesus Christ.
When it comes to the anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism getting sort of blurred. And I feel that risk is sharpest when you see alliances being formed with people like Tucker Carlson, where I do not trust Tucker Carlson to maintain a principled anti-Zionism that does not descend into like the most like insidious kinds of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorizing about Jews controlling the media to corrupt the white race or whatever. Like that is the direction I can see him go.
You put a lot of stuff in there together. So in his New York Times interview, again, I'm not defending Carlson, but I think that if you are going to critique Tucker Carlson, You have to be very specific because Tucker Carlson is very smart about what he does and does not say. And if you critique Tucker Carlson in a way that is perceived as bad faith, I think we on the left can lose credibility and Tucker Carlson only gains more. So I'm pointing this out.
Is that why you're doing that?
Because I think we have to be really honest and clear about Tucker to maintain our own credibility. In that New York Times interview, Tucker Carlson, it is insinuated that he's an anti-Semite by the interviewer. He balks at this. He says, I'm not an anti-Semite.
You don't say.
I respect.
Well, he said he's not an anti-Semite, so.
You know, whatever you think of that kind of line of argument. And he's very specific to say that I have priorities as an American. I want the interest
Case
of
closed on that one.
First. It's very clear that this foreign policy of protecting Netanyahu in Israel does not behoove Americans in the least. I told Donald Trump we should not go to war with Iran. He seemed to have done so reluctantly, and that's a problem. And when what you just did there when you said, you know, Jews control the media and it's for the purpose of, you know, whatever, elders of Zion. I mean, you didn't say that, but the New York Times
elders
did
of
say
Zion
that.
type
Elders
stuff.
of Zion.
Elders of Zion type stuff.
You know, Tucker bristled
that
at
is
that.
my concern. Yeah.
Tucker bristled at that. And I got to say, I bristled at that too.
Oh my God.
We have to be willing to talk about Zionists controlling the media when they do. When the elephants bought TikTok and Nexstar and
Here we go.
Paramount and all of these things. And explicitly say they're doing so because they want a Zionist point of view, and they hire Barry Weiss with no qualifications to do Zionist.
The Zionist there, that's like a capital Z, 3 parentheses, doing a lot of work with that Zionist usage right there.
Control at CBS. When I'm fired from my media job at The Hill explicitly because I've been fighting for, not explicitly because they never said anything explicitly, but after having fought for 6 months to do any coverage of Israel, despite the fact that the Israel coverage was critical, Israel coverage was driving our views and making the company money, we have to be able to talk about the way that Zionist media is out of step with.
She had to really pop Zion, you know, like it's just, you just know it's coming at some point. We just really have to talk about Zionist media. You just know that's coming at some point, right?
Popular opinion and frankly, the truth.
Did you hear Natalie's reaction? She said, yeah, here we go. Yeah. I mean, obviously Natalie knows what's going on here.
So I think that it is possible. So look, it is possible that I'm wrong, right? It's possible that I'm overreacting to this risk. And it is possible that people like Tucker Carlson will in fact be disciplined anti-Zionists who are savvy about not allowing their anti-Zionism to metastasize into some kind of protocols of the elders of Zion type nonsense. If that's the case, I will look stupid. However, I'm willing to take that risk because I think
because it's Tucker Carlson
metastasizing into some kind of protocols of the elders of Zion
I don't
nonsense
disagree with you there.
are fairly high.
I would be clear. My disagreement is not that there's not risk about where Tucker's going to take this, but that we cannot. If we start saying, oh my God, every time someone talks about Zionist media influence, that's Elder of Zion stuff, well, then the only person who's going to be taken seriously, the only person who's going to talk about the true thing of Zionist media influence is going to be Tucker Carlson. And when he goes and takes it, if he goes and takes it in a genuinely anti-Semitic direction, then everyone's going to go with him.
This is pretty amazing.
We have to be able to talk about, yes, Zionists are buying up the media to shut down people's support of Palestine. This is an explicit discussion that we've had like Jonathan Greenblatt and the TikTok purchasing battles, right? This is happening. And if we aren't willing to talk about that happening, then of course the only people who are going to talk about it are people who could weaponize it to bad ends.
I mean, I do. So I accept the criticism that it is important not to overreact as someone coming from my position. In other words, to be cautious about anti-Semitism accusations because the excessive anti-Semitism accusations to shut down any criticism of Israel has given, I think, many people a fatigue when it comes to even discussing the concept of anti-Semitism at all, right?
Yes, that's
because they're used to, they've grown accustomed to it being used in this disingenuous way. This is how it's often used in Israeli media to describe any opposition to anything that Israel does whatsoever. It is characterized as anti-Semitism, right? Yeah, so I think that's a real problem. But the pendulum can in fact swing too far the other way. And I feel like I've seen that already happening in certain areas. And I think that I'm unable to suppress my knowledge about who Tucker Carlson is as a person.
Yeah,
what his
obviously.
the types of agendas that he's tended to attach to. I do not trust him to be a voice for anti-Zionism that does not devolve into some kind of neo-Nazi nonsense.
So
it's so funny that this needs to be explained.
My audience for saying this as well, but I think I share your concerns.
Do you?
The reason you got pushback for that particular
I don't think she does
from the Citarella interview is because it felt like, and maybe we'll clip it in because I don't want to misquote you, but it came out sort of like, because people are seeing so much carnage out of Gaza, it's going to cause an anti-Semitism flare up, as though the way to
as is the case so often with Contra, it's not her fault. I think she explained her view quite well. It's not her fault that you guys relentlessly ascribe some kind of like nefarious intent to Contra's rhetoric. You know,
prevent that is to simply not look at or somehow suppress the truth of what Israel is doing in Gaza.
Yeah.
I know that it's not, but I do think that is part of what was so frustrating, like what part of the backlash was about.
Yeah, well, I think I maybe need to be clearer about what exactly I am saying there, right? I mean, I think that people have often. I wrote a very poorly worded like a Reddit post a year ago, which it
was not poorly worded. That was not poorly worded. Don't even fucking apologize for that. To me, it's funny that people call that her Israel-Palestine post, because I don't think her Instagram post was about Israel-Palestine. I think it was about the 2024 election and the various ways that certain kinds of online activism helped to affect a worse outcome.
I mean, of course, I'm not suggesting that Palestinians should not record what is happening to them and disseminate it, right? Of course, I'm not suggesting that we need to suppress the reality of what Israel has done in Gaza in order to prevent anti-Semitism. No, that's not the case at all, right? But I do think that this energy needs an outlet that is constructive, right? Or that is not going to kind of devolve into sort of like, well, an almost a kind of like anti-Semitic inquisition, right? Where like every Jewish person is like demanded to like prove their like that they are not morally suspect or guilty until proven
innocent. What does that look
like?
Would it be fair to ask a new acquaintance, hey, I'm going to say I'm on a date, and it comes out that the guy is Jewish. How do you feel about Palestine? Are you a Zionist? Are you an anti-Zionist? Do we think that's kind of an inquisition?
I'm not going to tell you what to say on a date, but I have seen people on social media, for example, like, under any Jewish sounding actor posting like, oh, I hope they're not a Zionist. Are they a Zionist? Blah, 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 blah. And I do feel that this creates this kind of like atmosphere of like default suspicion of Jews, which sort of is an echo of a centuries long dynamic. I mean, I think that I'm more concerned. I mean, again, this remains sort of a peripheral cultural issue. I guess I'm more concerned about figures like Tucker Carlson and the way that they are going to kind of. I'm worried that the energy, the anti-Israel energy that people have, is like an exploitable.
It's getting a little weird at times.
Energy,
yes,
it is.
Sinister people, right? In the way that I don't know, like disillusioned, like young men on the internet turned out to be a dangerously exploitable energy.
It
right?
is, Natalie. But like, what are we gonna do? Like, this is why I'm so frustrated with the Democratic Party.
What are we gonna do? I mean, she just told you. You need a constructive outlet. That's what she just said. You need a constructive outlet, not demanding a one-state solution and then declaring anyone who doesn't agree with that to be an enemy or a genocide supporter. Yeah.
You and I can't do anything about that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not promoting Tucker. I'm in fact, to the extent that I'm playing Tucker clips, I don't even really retweet Tucker. I won't, but except to say sometimes, gosh, how embarrassing that Democrats aren't saying this. How embarrassing that he's making a stronger statement on this than Bernie or AOC.
But don't you think that's like giving him too much credit?
No.
Like why are you
it's the
accepting
opposite.
Tucker Carlson's framing of himself?
No, because the reason I'm doing this, Natalie, is because that is the truth of what's happening. Whether I say something or I say nothing, the truth is that credibility is being earned on the right and lost among the Democrats. And I can say nothing, and Tucker Carlson is going to be president. Like,
I don't even.
The lane Tucker Carlson is driving through is a 7-lane highway, and it will be a cake.
Holy crap! Like, I don't even what she's. According to Bree, she's saying Tucker Carlson is probably going to be president. He's probably going to win the 2020 election because he's so outspoken on Israel. What level of onlineness is this? You know, I thought I was too online, but what I don't even I bow before this kind of online take.
Nobody else, including a lot of Republicans, right? He's now like breaking from Trump and the MAGA, are willing to occupy this lane. And so I think it would be a dereliction of our responsibility as people who don't want Tucker Carlson to have that authority and to be leading in this area, to try to get other people who do have the possibility and the platform and the microphone to have similar kinds of authority to take up the mantle. Why isn't AOC or name someone else? I don't mean to put it all on her. Who's this particularly articulate person on the left? Ro Khanna, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why aren't they speaking in the same passionate, moral terms that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are speaking in?
Oh my God.
Because Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are like harnessing this this rage for like they're like sinister, like right wing, like borderline like Nazi conspiracist gibberish. Right.
Really, that's not fair. We all share the rage against Israel. You can't have a heart and eyes and not
like, why do you need to explain why Tucker Carlson probably shouldn't be trusted when he says that it's like, well, you know, Natalie, I take your point, but Tucker Carlson said he wasn't an anti-Semite, so you can't call him an anti-Semite. You know, like, okay, well, Bree, he has like a 2-decade-long history, very well documented history of somewhat dabbling in, you know, like basically Nazi language, you know, like Nazi rhetoric. He's been doing this for like two fucking decades.
Frankly, detest the state of Israel for committing the worst humanitarian crisis of our lifetime, live stream on TikTok.
But that rage needs to be usefully put to work towards actually achievable political ends, like conditioning aid or denying aid to Israel, or even more aggressively, even sanctioning Israel. Right? Like these are things that could actually be achieved.
Right.
Unlike
yet they were not supported by our Democratic candidates in 2020.
Right, which is a failing. I agree, that is a failing, and I think that is something that will need to shift.
And there's an ongoing debate about whether or not candidates in 2028 will do so. And any candidate that's currently even campaigning with Hassan Piker is getting the Atlantic smear treatment and the New York Times smear treatment. And frankly, there is very little difference between how institutions like the New York Times and the Atlantic are treating Tucker Carlson and how they're treating someone like Hassan Piker, who is an off-ramp for what you're concerned about, who is a left version of the rage against Israel that is fundamentally not anti-Semitic. Right? Or do you think that Hassan Piker is?
I think I would certainly rather have Hassan Piker than Tucker Carlson.
But
let's put it that way.
What's your reservation? What's your reservation about Hassan Piker?
We'll see. We'll see.
She's farming those clips now. Oh, she's really farming. This is farming. She is actively farming. Because she knows like the Hassan news is like everywhere, and she wants to get Contra on the record as like giving her opinion on Hassan, and she knows that Contra is like pretty, I would say like pretty honest when she gives answers, you know?
I think that, again, I mean, I'm frustrated with Hassan for various reasons, some of which are...
We've had our differences, but I'm curious what your concerns are.
Well, some of it is related to my frustration with him that has taken a somewhat similar position to you during the 2024 election. Some of it is more a personal grudge that I have against him. Well, see, I mean, so I appreciate you, for example, to actually talking to me, because many of my critics on the left won't talk to me. They just they accuse me of genocide from the comfort of their dog-eat torture chambers. sad. Like
now, Natalie, you don't think he actually tortured his dog?
Well, I'm kind of joking. Yeah, this is petty nonsense.
You know he loved that dog.
Oh man, she's farming her. Oh my God.
Enough in my camp. I think that he has been too.
She is farming the shit out of her.
Too much of a sheepdog, ironically.
So we all think that he's a traitor. Well, it's from different. Okay, so now I feel sympathy for Hassan because I empathize with the position of being hated from all directions.
But I can still say, I mean, I don't think it's the left eating itself because I don't try to publicly smear or really criticize him. I speak to our differences. I would love to talk to him. I agree with you. I wish we could all talk to each other. I was very glad when you agreed to come on here, and I've really enjoyed talking to you. I've always liked you and respected your work. And my goal in this was, I would love.
You condescending fucking smug prick. This woman. Of course, they like posted a shitload of clips that were very deceptive on her Twitter feed after this interview, and Natalie was tweeting about it, and yeah.
For you to be persuaded by me in some small way, or at least to, understand the left's position more in a way that maybe gets that meme of yours used a little bit less.
Well, I have no control over this meme, to be clear. Like, this was a throwaway line in a video from 2021 that sometime in 2023, people, I don't know how. I mean, there's no accounting for the way a meme works. So I don't take responsibility for how widespread that meme is. I think that there's a lot of situations where people feel that it applies, and that's why that had the popularity that it does. But this again is not like the central. I don't think this is like central to my message. But I do continue to be frustrated with. I mean, we'll probably continue to clash over as we get to 2028. I mean, we'll see. I'm going into 2028 with a very like neutral attitude towards. I mean, I'm sure I'll support someone or another in the primary, but
who are you liking? Who? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of discussion about possible, so we kind of know who the field is going to be.
Yeah, I like AOC. I like Ossoff. I'm willing to tolerate anyone, however. And I know people on the left hate when I say that.
Okay,
but
so now
it's true.
Natalie,
it's true.
Natalie.
Like I'm openly not taking any. I'm not black. I feel like I'm not in a position to be making demands because I am the hostage. Is how I feel.
You're not the hostage.
Yes, I am.
You're the client. You're the client.
Did you just deny the experience of a marginalized person? Did you just deny her experience? The trans woman in the United States? Pretty discusting, I think.
And the Democratic Party is the hostage. I think this is our fundamental.
I can't sit here and pretend that I'm just gonna I'm gonna not vote and let JD Vance win. Because I'm not gonna do that.
It's not pretending if you mean it. Like you have.
I'm never gonna mean it.
But when Chris Hutch just talks about the power of the people and the politics of fear, it can't be an empty threat. Like I don't want to not have to vote for a Democrat. Right? Like I would love. When people look at me and they're like, well, you're just doing symbolic politics and you're just expressing your feelings and that's not real. I would love to be the one that gets to sit around and say, Zohran Mamdani's adorable. I'm rooting for him.
He's like, I wish I was as privileged as you.
Nice lady and a great chef.
To not be picky. I wish I had your privilege. She's trying to out marginalize a trans woman.
My system and my adrenal glands to be able just to sit and like ride the wave. And like play my little part at the voting booth and go about my life.
Maybe you should.
Do you think I enjoy?
Join us.
Maybe you should. Yes.
Everywhere I go. Ruined my friend's birthday party the other day because the conversation about who we support in 2022. I didn't ruin it. This other woman ruined it, but never mind.
That last sentence, that last anecdote was the most Briahna Joy Gray thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. Of course she ruined a birthday party with politics. Of course. And then of course she was like, well, it wasn't my fault. It was the other person's fault. Like that is like the perfect story when it comes to Briahna Joy Gray. It's just like the most believable story I've ever heard, ever. Yes, I take that at face value.
My presence ruined it because I know my position is a galvanizing one. That being said, I think it is...
What are we doing?
I'm doing the fascism. I am a handmaiden on fascism. If I don't, at very least, in 2026... create some litmus tests that have the possibility of pushing the Democratic Party into a winning direction. When Hassan Piker, I loved when he said to Jennifer Welsh that he wasn't going to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Of course
he
he
says he'll
did.
vote for Tom Kritzer, a billionaire whose cousin's in the Epstein files and a bunch of other stuff that I think is silly, and I would love to talk to him about at some point. But at very least, I think it is a very responsible position to draw a line in the sand 2 years out from even the primary and say, there are some candidates who are not acceptable and who will not win. And if you want to win Democrats, you have to listen to us. Every other constituency group gets
I don't
to
think we
that.
do.
If I were Elise
I
Slotkin
don't think we do.
sitting in some Connecticut mansion,
Alyssa.
the Democratic Party would be salivating over doing more arms sales to Saudi
Connecticut?
Arabia to get my vote. But let Hassan Piker say, hey, can I have a little health care, please? Can we do a little less genocide, please? Can we not have a guy who gets hard off of rounding up homeless people off the streets of Los Angeles, please? He's enemy number one because he's saying, hey, there's lots of people I'll vote for. Gavin Newsom just isn't one of them.
I maybe would have felt this way in 2015. In 2026, I just feel like a hostage. I feel completely demoralized with it. I don't feel like I'm in a position to make any demands whatsoever. I'm just gonna vote blue no matter who. That's just where I'm at.
Natalie, I want.
Fuck you.
I'm interested in psychology. Like, what do you think is going on there? Like, kind of like psychosocially, that makes you kind of take the approach that you're taking, and I'm taking the.
Like, how much more does the Republican Party need to fuck with trans people for Briahna Joy Gray to understand why someone would, in her position, would take this view? And then she's throwing out words like your psychology is all fucked up, you know? Like, don't you see? Let me fucking throw therapy terms at you here.
Approach that I'm taking.
Well, I think I feel very like beaten down from watching Trump win twice. It has sort of like detracted from my capacity to like hope that America can be a better country than it is. I mean, I'm like the last person who should be doing Democratic Party messaging, as you see, because what I'm saying is, of course, what I'm saying is emotionally honest. It's not good political messaging, and I know that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I know that what I'm saying is not good political messaging. Every Democratic candidate, no Democratic candidate should listen to me.
True.
Because the way I talk is not. It's like the opposite of how someone should campaign. But it's
pretty
just,
much.
I'm just being emotionally honest about where I'm at, right? Whereas I feel so defeated at this point that I'm just willing to take anything that's better than this.
But you know, there were enough voters in 2024 that didn't agree with you, that weren't willing to take anything. That Donald Trump won, right? Enough Biden 2020 voters.
I don't think that's
didn't agree with you.
No, that's not.
That ultimately
She keeps insisting.
I didn't feel inspired or whatever.
So let's say that those voters are irrational and they're stupid, and let's just.
Did you hear that little? I like that. That was good. That was a little bit of. That's like the first time I've heard like actual contempt out of Natalie's mouth in the whole conversation. Just say, hey, you didn't feel inspired or whatever. Like I like stop trying to feel inspired, please. It's just like watch like the Lord of the Rings or something. I don't know. Like you don't need to go to politicians to feel, just pull the fucking lever. We're begging you, just pull the fucking lever, please, for the love of God.
You know, there were enough voters in 2024 that didn't agree with you, that weren't willing to take anything. That Donald Trump won, right? Enough Biden 2020 voters.
She keeps asserting that, but you know.
That ultimately Trump won.
Yeah, they didn't feel inspired or whatever.
So let's say that those voters are irrational and they're stupid, and let's just concede that for the sake of this argument.
Okay, let's do that.
They exist and that they're irrational and they're conceited and they're willing to take the party hostage. There's no part of you that says fine. Let me lean into that direction, because if I can get the party to move to where they are, the party can win.
I am not convinced.
You know, I really do hope. I've hoped for a long time. I mean, I hope this in 2020 in a way. I hope that the Democrats do nominate like a leftist, a progressive leftist, and in part, if for no other reason than to actually try.
Put it to the test. Yeah, put it to the test.
Will they win?
Yeah.
I would love to know.
But materially, because again, Natalie, you've accused us on the far fringes of the left for not being sufficiently rooted in materialism. I've tried to bring up several times in this conversation the material reasons why I think that will never happen. Largely being the donor base of the Democratic Party is a corporate donor base that's largely contiguous with the Republican donor base.
But the
donor base. She said donor base.
I feel like you're not able.
She said donor base 3 times in one fucking sentence.
Us on the far fringes of the left for not being sufficiently rooted in materialism. I've tried to bring up several times in this conversation the material reasons why I think that will never happen. Largely being the donor base of the Democratic Party is a corporate donor base that's largely contiguous with the Republican donor base.
but I just don't understand what I just don't. I feel like you're not able to paint an attractive alternative.
She said it 3 times, you guys.
So 2 things on this. The analogy I used before was that even if I don't know if there's another football to kick, I know for a fact that Lucy's going to pull the football. So anything else I try is more likely to succeed than doing the thing I know to be futile.
Be gone, you foul beast.
That's one argument that I will make here. A second argument that I've made during this conversation is that put aside my own personal politics, even if this is kind of a grand bluff, I think that Democratic voters who like the Democratic Party and just want the Democratic Party to be better, who don't have real lofty aspirations for Medicare for all or any of the things that I care about, who don't actually want to end capitalism or anything like that, at very least should say that my vote is conditioned on populist policies.
Oh, my fucking battery's low.
You're more likely to win if you agree with me, too. So I think that's a clear strategic argument to make. And if you do it loudly, I was trying to make this argument earlier and I didn't finish it, so I just want to tie a bow on this. The reason that this hasn't worked historically is I think that there needs to be the Democrats they label and give a message to non-voters, like they ascribe politics and a message to non-voters because they're not organized and they can't speak for themselves. I think the uncommitted movement was very, very smart, and insofar as that they said these votes are gettable. You can get them. Here's how. And so it became very obvious that the Democratic Party was choosing Israel over winning. I think we need to do that at a grander scale. And that's part of why I believe in voting third party as opposed to sitting it out. Because it's much harder to pretend that Green Party voters secretly wanted the country to move right than it is to pretend that non-voters wanted to move the country to the right and that we just need President Slotkin to save us.
I think I would be much more, if this was 2012, I don't know, if we were talking about like an Obama versus Romney situation, I feel like I would be much more willing to entertain this.
Well, we're never getting Romney again because of vote blue no matter who. Because vote blue no matter who says no matter who says the Republicans.
I don't think voting Democrat did this.
Move to the right. Republicans move to the right. Democrats move to the right. If someone occupied the Tucker Carlson lane, right? If a Democrat occupied that lane, then Republicans would have to be serious about getting into this anti-war debate and come back to this position. If Democrats if they own Medicare for all, Trump wouldn't be able to get away with this. I'm going to improve the ACA line that he used to win, right? It was bullshit, right? Like it's obviously bullshit. Concepts of a plan, exactly. But why did he even have the space to make that argument? It's because Democrats are sitting here trying to sell us Mitt Romney's Affordable Care Act plan from 2009 when we have these.
Massachusetts was a very blue legislature. So Mitt Romney was the governor of a state with a very blue legislature. And the reason why Romney Care had so many subsidies in that bill was because he had to go through a blue legislature to get like the individual mandate and like the other these kinds of things. Okay, so like this was not a like Romney policy. Okay, the Romney like version of healthcare did not include all those like massive healthcare subsidies. And similarly, the ACA, Obama's ACA, Obamacare, like it was the largest expansion of Medicaid ever. And it expanded Medicaid to like 50 million people or something like that. This is like government subsidized healthcare. We expanded government subsidized healthcare to like tens of millions of people. That was not a Republican policy. It's like so dishonest and stupid.
Horrible. If the ACA did drive up people's premiums, people are paying out of their ass for healthcare. It is not a good.
Now she's literally just repeating Republican talking points.
I think an argument that wins you elections.
I agree that I think the economic populism is a winning argument at the moment, right? The combination of affordability, healthcare, these types of issues for sure. I don't necessarily know that I think a leftist Tucker Carlson, whose like primary thing is like channeling rage against Israel. I don't know. I feel like my experience of median voters tends to be that they're like a little bit detached from these geopolitical things.
But that's not. But come on, Natalie. That's conventional wisdom that foreign policy doesn't really matter in these things, and Israel has turned that on its head.
Has it though?
Sometimes I can read this IMEU study or point to other confessionals or statistics about how dispositive Israel was. But it is, I just had a candidate running in the Bronx for the House on saying that he talked to a voter. It was a Richie Torres voter. She had always voted for Richie Torres. And then he asked her, okay, how do you feel about Israel? And she said, I hate what Israel is doing in Palestine. It makes my blood boil. I hate seeing those kids. Fine, give me a leaflet, and stormed back into an apartment building. Like, things are changing. And to your point, like, I don't think it should be the only issue, because number 2 on that IMEU poll, right, was the economy. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I guess I just wonder why it didn't cost Trump very much.
Well, I don't think Kamala offered very much on cost either, is the problem.
No, that's not the question.
What was her message on affordability?
No. That's not the question.
Healthcare is an affordability issue.
No,
right?
that's not the question.
Minimum wage is an affordability issue. These are issues that the Democratic Party has long abandoned.
Not the point she's making.
Well, I agree that yes, the kitchen table issue should probably make a comeback at the forefront of Democratic policy and message.
No, it should be Israel, is what she's saying.
I don't think that the pro-democracy thing worked. So, I mean, that it appeals to like abstract-minded people like me who are like concerned about some like principled maintenance of like the functioning of our institutions or whatever. But like the average voter doesn't give a shit about that. At least I think that's the impression I got from the results of the 2024 election. That it was not effective.
I know.
So I do think that economic populism. I agree that economic populism would be a good pivot.
And to be so clear, healthcare, all of these issues, like
I think healthcare is part of
elder care.
Yes.
All of when there's an episode. I'm not like.
I agree with you on that.
Podcast,
I agree with you on that.
But like I had a guest on who ran down the drivers of inflation. Like inflation is not this abstract thing. It's like prices are going up, and they're going up specifically in certain sectors. And it is transportation, it is food, it is healthcare, it is education, right? So those are policy things. So healthcare policy, free healthcare, is a huge driver of exploding costs. Education, free college, free public college and universities. We're having an AI crisis. People don't know what to do with their professional lives. Free vocational school. Like these are things that you could run and win on, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like all of it. And Democrats are not doing that. And in fact, Joe Biden chose to abandon his student debt promises and lift the student debt moratorium that Donald Trump had put in place in 2020 a month before the election. Like these are all choices, right? And I can make a case that I think Biden did that because of his his financial interests as the senator from NBNA, the Delaware senator who was deeply embedded with the bank, who was responsible for student debt being the only kind of debt that's non-dischargeable in bankruptcy, and that he has a long history of being on the wrong side of these things. And then none of this is an accident. The Democrats do rotating villain theory to make it seem like they're always trying to do the right thing, but they're really losing. And that's why I have no confidence in the Democratic Party.
We're just hitting them all.
I've been here for a really long time, although you are famous for doing really long form content.
Jabbering endlessly. Yeah.
Not at all. But I did want to hit 2 quick points before we wrap. Quick. Okay. This question of violence, political violence came up with you and Joshua Citarella. And it has also been a mainstream kind of, I don't say talking point because that sounds like I'm belittling it, but like a point of discussion, let's say. It was a recent discussion point on an episode of Pod Save America where this journalist named Peter Hamby was on talking about an article that he had just written for Puck about this growing tolerance, as he characterizes it on the left, for political violence, whether it's through the shooting of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, or these assassination attempts on President Trump, or the murder of Charlie Kirk.
It does seem to be like an emergent property of the amount of vitriol, hate, lack of empathy, cruelty on the internet and beyond. I think that Trump is both a cause of and a symptom of. And I struggle with how you think about those two things, but the comfort that people have, right? Whether it's the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO or the killing of Charlie Kirk, that is morally wrong before you even get to whether it will encourage future violence. It said something really ugly about our politics and our culture, and I do think that that is real.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I struggle with.
And there has been some discomfort, I think, both among liberals and on the left, you know, you and Joshua Citarella, about a growing left-wing appetite for that kind of violence. I found myself, do you think have I characterized your position well?
Well, I guess the point that I would object to is that
you got a little squeamish when, you know, a father of two was murdered.
It seems to me that a lot of these assassinations are like sort of deranged centrists. So I don't know that
they were all pink-haired trans girls.
I mean, I think it's like cheered on by people on the left, but I feel like the left is not. I mean, with like Luigi, that was like almost across the political spectrum. The people responded positively to Luigi, right? I don't think it's specific to the left at all.
So in Peter Hamby's article, he does a lot of like wheel spinning first about how, of course, most of it is right. Most of the political violence historically, even now, is from the right. And
I don't know if that is true for the last year.
Heavily. But still, I think there is this like.
Is IRI in here? What's up, buddy?
Cards on the table.
Lose a bet to watch this? No, this is entertainment.
Because I think the discussion of these acute moments of violence invisibilizes the much greater volume of violence that is done, but because it's not hand-to-hand combat,
social violence,
accepted and grandfathered into how our society works. And the reason why you have a public outcry
social violence
for someone like Luigi Mangione, who may or may not have done it,
you guys
I should say, innocent until proven guilty, is because for once, there seems to be a rough justice that's done that acknowledges the gross injustice that is being done by a healthcare system that is not a healthcare system, it's a health insurance system that puts so many people in the position of having to make financial arguments over the phone when they should be attending to the life or death of their loved ones.
Yes. I agree. That's why.
You agree?
Yes.
Okay, so it was frustrating because it didn't seem like that was, and I know that you know this, and I know that you know Joshua knows this, but there's this way that I feel like people who are public facing feel the need to poo-poo political violence.
Well, I don't think.
Oh my God! I swear to God. Oh my God. Poo poo? Is that what we're
even the way we talked about it in the context of
it's like, so uppity about like murder. It's like, you know,
we're being given these permission structures to enjoy violence. Well, that doesn't strike me. I mean, no, I'm not wanting to defend Tarantino, but when I think of a movie like Django Unchained, I don't think of it as wanting to defend, like enjoy the violence. We don't enjoy watching the violence that it's inflicted on the slaves. We enjoy the retributive violence that's done as people are being violent to get free from slavery and oppression.
Well, the violence against the slaves in that movie functions to make.
She is not comparing. It's like, you know, really, when you think about it, when Luigi murdered that guy, it was kind of like Django murdering the slave owners in Django Unchained.
The violence against the slave owners feel sort of
justified,
like a purgation. Yeah,
and is it not? That's the question. Is it not justified?
I mean, the thing is, like, is it justified? Is that real violence justified? Yes. Like, is killing Hitler justified? Yeah. I guess with that video, though, part of what I'm pointing out, though, is that these are entertainment spectacles, right? And so it's like the theater of justice that Tarantino stages is functioning to kind of. Because I think my argument with Tarantino is that this is a man who's fixated on the sort of pleasure of violence for its own sake, right? And I point to his like earlier films like Reservoir Dogs, where there sort of isn't that level of justice, there isn't that level of retributive framing. So I think that what I'm suggesting is that. No, I'm not suggesting that that no violence is ever justified. Of course, it sometimes is, right? I mean, I think everyone thinks that it sometimes is, whether they explicitly acknowledge that or not. But I think it's more just sort of examining the conditions under which people feel good about violence and the way that morality interacts with that, right? The way that I think morality there's a kind of aggression and violence that's part of morality itself. And I guess there's a psychological exploration of that. I think it's a dynamic plays out in all kinds of situations. Sometimes, the argument about whether the violence is in fact justified is sort of separate from the psychological analysis of how it works. Because I think a lot of violence that we find abhorrent is perpetrated by people who think, like the IDF is a great example, right? Like, don't you think that, how does the IDF live with themselves doing these things? Doesn't it come from some sense of victimhood and avenge, right? They think that that's what they're doing, right?
And they are allowed to do it because the entire Western world has manufactured this narrative. But that's the problem. I think the problem is we are told to say violence is wrong. And we are forced as interlocutors in this space, or they try to force us to condemn Hamas, when there was never a commensurate push to condemn the state of Israel. And in fact, even in the context of our conversation, we have expressed concern that even telling the truth about the actions of the state of Israel will gin up blowback against random Jewish people in the diaspora.
To be clear, right? I don't think that we have any kind of obligation to conceal the truth about what the state of Israel has done because out of fear of blowback, though I do feel some obligation, I think, to, in addition to telling the truth about what Israel has done, to do whatever is in my power to mitigate that blowback by being cautious, again, around my framing.
Sure.
And by not becoming allies with Tucker Carlson.
But the focus that I'm trying to have is what happens. We all know, I think we all understand the rhetorical dance that is the rhetorical effect of do you condemn Hamas and how it reframes the entire conversation around the, what it means to have a dead Israeli versus what it means to have many, many more dead Palestinians and a whole community that's been under apartheid for almost 80 years now, right? We kind of understand what that question is intended to do. And it's a similar reframing, wittingly or unwittingly, that I think is happening when liberals sort of rush to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk or Brian Thompson or whomever.
These LARPy fucking morons.
The death penalty, right? I don't believe in state-backed violence. But I also have been struggling with, as a leftist sitting here, knowing that every single revolutionary moment and everything that has ever been achieved for the left has come with violence.
She doesn't struggle with that. She of course she glorifies violence.
Turned violent, in which people defended their rights with their fists and chains. And to tell my side of the aisle that we are only in the position of condemning an action, condemning a tool that is being actively, repeatedly, and at a scale that is unmatched in the history of the world, inflicted on us in return through the U.S. military.
She's like the Riddler character in Matt Reeves' The Batman.
U.S. imperialism, all of that. And so the way that violence, condemning violence, when we have, again, 2 million people sitting in prison, I mean, it all strikes me as a kind of giant, do you condemn Hamas?
But I mean, isn't it just, I guess I see Democrats condemning political violence. I see it as a fairly cheap and easy political win to take, right?
Of course I condemn. Yeah.
You say, I mean, especially when it comes to people attempting to assassinate Trump, or I think it's fairly why shouldn't the Democrats simply say all lives matter, in reaction to that, in reaction to that, in effect, which I feel is what they often do say, right? Is political violence is always wrong. I feel that's a fairly easy thing for a politician to say, and I don't really see it there.
Right.
I feel it costs very little.
But they don't say that killing 68 million people every year from a lack of health insurance is political violence. And they don't say that America funding the Iron Dome.
How many people a year die from a lack of health insurance? What did she just say?
Very little.
We'll be charitable and say she meant 68,000, I assume.
But they don't say that killing 68 million people every year from a lack of health insurance is political violence. And they don't say that America funding the Iron Dome in a way that insulated Israel from accountability for its genocide and apartheid is political violence. And they don't say Flint, Michigan, or hundreds of other cities in the country that have bad water, or where people are living next to these data centers or nuclear power facilities, or they're building
not the data centers conversation. No,
low-income brown neighborhoods is political violence. And they don't say kicking Green Party candidates that actually support populist parties.
Is that political violence?
Political violence. And they don't say war on drugs.
What? What? Okay, I need a list of things that are not political violence. I think that's probably going to be a shorter list.
Is political violence. And they don't say that funding the poppy fields in Afghanistan is political violence. And on and on and on and on and on. Well, so what does it mean to condemn political violence? It means at the end of the day, you're often just condemning political resistance, violent resistance. The same way Hamas and Palestinians have a right to violent resistance.
Is that what Luigi Mangione was doing? Was he practicing violent resistance?
International law as an occupied people. That's not something that ever gets discussed.
But don't you? Okay, so I mean, I feel like on some like theoretical way, I probably agree with what you're saying. But like, should a politician say that? I feel like, there's forms of like Trump's immigration policies I would consider to be extremely violent.
Yes,
they're also popular. Like in that there's forms of like scapegoating and mass violence that the political right sort of thrives on encouraging, and sort of harnesses the violence of mass deportation now. That seems to work to their advantage, right? So I mean, I do think that the violence of this should be pointed out by Democrats on the left, but I think that pointing out the nuances around the causal reasons for political adventurism from disgruntled people, like I feel like there's fairly little to be gained from politicians being like, you know what, I support the assassins, like, or at least I don't know. I feel like it's like fairly generic politician behavior to be like, we condemn political violence because like it is, because if you start saying that, if you start
like, it's so stupid that this needs to be explained. It's so dumb. Like, this is just like really obvious stuff, like this really doesn't need to be explained, to any like normal human being,
like sort of softly defending adventurism and assassinations. It also sort of like contributes to sort of an intensification, and
yes,
but then you also have to do with people assassinating leftist people.
You and Joshua Citarella are not politicians. Mm-hmm. Neither is Jon Favreau and Peter Hamby, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't expect Zoran or Roe or Barack Obama to say anything else but
pro-assassination,
right? But I do wonder. It seems like there's like almost a rush to seem like the adult in the room among people who are not even being asked to weigh in. Mm-hmm.
It could be, Briahna, that they just genuinely think political violence is bad, and what Luigi did was just unequivocally bad, and what Hamas did was unequivocally bad, and like it costs you nothing to just acknowledge that. You can still do activism around healthcare, and you can still do activism around Gaza, while at the same time just acknowledging when like barbaric acts of murder is just bad, right?
And when you have leftists, people who are liberal, left of center, seemingly feeling the need or urge or push to talk ad nauseum about how bad it is to kill Charlie Kirk the way that Ezra Klein did, when they spend none of that time talking about how bad it is that Charlie Kirk fomented so much hatred and supported against all kinds of groups of people, and supported the MAGA movement in a way that had such direct real world effects. I think we're playing their game. And I also, one last thing I would say
you should take this up with Ezra Klein. I'm not someone who is to speak. I do not speak at length condemning the assassination. I mean, I've never condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've never said I supported it either. I've never said I supported it either.
I think it was Brian Thompson, the healthcare CEO, that was the subject of the conversation between you and Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I analyzed it as, seeking to explain why people felt so supportive of that assassination. I don't necessarily endorse it. I don't necessarily condemn it. I just understand it. which I think is a position that many people already would consider extremely pro-violence implicitly, right?
Pierce Morgan certainly would.
He would, yes. He would see that as me tacitly endorsing violence, murder.
Okay, my last.
Like, I think that my position on this would be seen as like quite like militant and radical by many people, although not on the left, not on the far left.
not on Bad Faith podcast, but I'm with you. I hear you on that. Okay, last quick question. I was very intrigued to hear you weigh in on this question of the manosphere and asking Josh, are women lonely? I've tried to have this conversation a couple times on this pod with more or less success, but I very much agreed with you when you said something along the lines of, it seems like every time we wonder if this is a broader phenomenon that includes women, or try to kind of focus at all on what's going on with women and if they're being affected in similar ways, there seems to be some hostility around that reframing. Yeah. How do you answer that question? Are women lonely? What do you think's happening?
I think women are lonely. I think I guess the reason I get so frustrated with the male loneliness epidemic argument is I feel like there's an often implicit assumption that men just kind of matter more than women, and like men's feelings matter more, and men's votes matter more, and men's opinions matter more, so that men are treated as this kind of like elevated class that needs to be like won over and cultivated and protected and cared for. And then women's job is just to do all that caring for and protecting and just be quiet about your own concerns. Like I feel, a minor level of resentment, I would say, but a noticeable level of resentment about this, because it's frustrating to constantly be told that like it's men's feelings that are the ones that matter, and like everything needs to be like focused on that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like, I understand why, and I do think, like, do men's feelings matter? Yes. And like, should we be considering that men are lonely? Sure. But it's so often framed in this way where it's also sort of implied that it's like women's fault somehow.
That's it. That's what I was going to say. That's it right there. Because
like, is it women's job, an obligation of women to make men less lonely? By what? By what?
Yeah, this is what I keep asking. Like, I'm interested in talking about this. Like, I'm interested in talking about a lot of problems. I'm very interested in sort of like the socioeconomic roots of men feeling like they don't have value in society. I'm down for all of that. Like, I don't want anybody to be upset. Like, I think people like you who have, pulled people back from the brink, unbred to people like Hassan Piker, who are like this attractive version of masculinity that's not hateful and stuff. Like, I'm all for that. But we get to a point in the conversation where I start to feel like I'm being told that I'm somehow responsible. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do about this? I don't have a child. You're supposed to be a mommy. You're supposed to be a mommy to every man. Like, I do feel that's like the sort of like implication. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure that's bound to be the most controversial part of this, where, if we hadn't lost various parts of each other's arguments up until this point, now everyone's mad at us. So we can go down with the ship together, Natalie. Maybe you'll come on with me for my next dating episode, Valentine's Day.
I got to say, it didn't let me down. Wow. I laughed, I cried, I screamed. Man, that was like the first time I watched Midsommar, I'll never forget this experience. It didn't let me down. I went into it with a certain set of expectations, and it didn't let me down.